In this extended video tutorial, we are going to build this beautiful, stunning e-commerce website, and we're going to go through this step by step. Let me show you around the site first. So here is the home page, and you can see it's simple and it is elegant. We have this beautiful categories here to categorize your products right here and also showcase your products. This is what your shop page is going to look like. There is a grid here to show the various products that you sell, and there's interactive features in this shop grid. We also have filtering options here on the left that you can also have if you wanted. This is what a product page is going to look like. It prominently shows the images that you have of your product, and when a visitor hovers over the image, it's going to show the different portions of it like that. And then here is a variable product, and I'm going to show you how to create variable products on this website. That's a product with different colors and different sizes, so your customers can go here and choose what they want and then add it to the cart. And you know what's nice? We have this really nice shopping cart icon in the header, so if someone adds a product to the shopping cart, it's going to be there in the header. They can move their cursor over it and see everything in the shopping cart, jump to the cart, or just go straight to checking out. Here is what the shopping cart's going to look like. This platform's going to accept coupons, and here is where people can filter the different products that they've added to the cart. Here is the checkout, and this is the most simple yet elegant checkout screen I've ever seen on a website. We're going to talk about taxes and shipping and all of that with this e-commerce website. It's a full e-commerce tutorial. That's probably why the video is so long. And then right here is the best part of all. You're going to learn how to use a page builder to make it point and click simple to change anything you want with the website. Now here is why you want to invest your time in watching this tutorial in the first place. I don't just show you how to make what I made. I show you how to make anything that you want to make, and that's what you're going to get out of investing your time watching this video. I'm going to show you how to make the website that you want to make. I'm going to show you how to have the e-commerce store that you want to have. I'm going to give you all the tools, the knowledge, and the training in this extended video so that you can build anything you want, not just what you're seeing right here. We're going to use something called WordPress, which is free. We're going to be using a WordPress theme named Astra, and that's also free. And this page builder that makes it point and click easy, that's named Elementor. That is also free. And then we're going to use WooCommerce to power this e-commerce platform, and that is free as well. So all the tools that you see me using throughout this video, they're not going to cost you anything. And the reason I chose tools that were not going to cost you anything is because I wanted to make it as easy as possible for you to get an e-commerce store up and running. If you don't know me, my name is Adam, and I'm from WPCrafter.com, where I make WordPress tutorial videos for non-techies. If you're new here, consider clicking on the subscribe button, and if you don't want to miss a thing, click on the notification bell, and YouTube will let you know when I have new videos. Hey, I look forward to spending this time with you, showing you how to build this website, showing you how to build a site for you, a platform for you where you can sell your products. Let's just go ahead and jump right on into the tutorial. Now let's take a moment to go over everything that you can expect to learn in this tutorial video. Now I am going to preface and just say right up front, obviously you could tell this is going to be a long video, and what you're going to notice is that my talking pace, the pace that I speak, is perfect for increasing your playback speed. So one of the nice things about YouTube, if you're watching this on YouTube right now, you can increase the playback speed if you like. However, I speak at this pace on purpose because some people prefer it to be slow and methodical, but you can speed it up if you like. So I know when I watch my own videos back, I watch it at a 1.25 pace, And many people that are subscribers to the channel will watch my videos back at a 2.0 pace. So essentially you can get through the material twice as fast. So here is what to expect in this tutorial video. First, we're going to set up a domain name and order a web hosting account. Then we're going to install an SSL certificate. This is crucial. If you already have web hosting, you must have an SSL certificate. We're going to go through what that is. Essentially, if you don't have it, you are not going to be able to accept payments on your website, and that's crucial for an e-commerce based website. It's something you have to have. Some hosts give it to you for free. Some web hosts charge $99 per domain per year for it. So when we talk about domain names and hosting and all that kind of stuff, I'm going to show you some web hosts that are not going to hose you in terms of the cost of an SSL certificate. But this is one of those things you want to get set up right from the beginning, and we're going to do it in this tutorial. Next, we're going to go over briefly how to create a logo or some resources to have a logo created, choosing a color palette, choosing a font pair. These are all important things if you want to personalize your website and actually build a brand. These three parts are very crucial. Then you're going to learn about WordPress. This is going to be the platform that we use for this e-commerce website. It's the foundation. And then we're going to use something called Elementor, which is the what you see is what you get page builder, so that we can build beautiful pages. And the beauty of how this tutorial is going to go is I'm going to teach you in such a way that you can use what you learn to build anything that you want to build for yourself. So you're not going to be limited to just what we're building in this video. It reminds me of that very famous parable. If you feed a man, he'll eat for a day, but if you teach him how to fish, he can feed himself for a lifetime. And I'm sure I just butchered it, but you get the point. I want to teach you how to build websites, not just give one to you. I want to teach you how to do it using Elementor, and you're going to learn that in this tutorial. Then you're going to learn WooCommerce. WooCommerce is what your web store, your e-store, your e-commerce platform is going to be based on, and you're going to learn about WooCommerce in this video. Then to wrap the video up, you're going to learn about search engine optimization. It's not going to be an in-depth tutorial. I do have separate in-depth tutorials on search engine optimization, but it's going to be enough to get you started. And then we're going to do two crucial things. I'm going to show you how to back up your website. It is crucial that you have regular backups for your website. We're going to cover that. And then security is also crucial. You have to have security on your website, especially because it's going to be an e-commerce website. So if you stick with me in this tutorial to the very end, I promise you that I will have taken every minute of your time into consideration and will not waste any of it. I want you to have all the tools that you need to be successful and have the outcome that you're watching this tutorial for, and that is to build a full e-commerce website. So at this part of the tutorial, we're going to talk about website hosting. Now, even if you're familiar with website hosting, if you already have a website or you've had a website in the past, I don't want you to fast forward through this section because it's going to be worth your time to listen to this part of the tutorial about WordPress web hosting. And because most importantly, it's the most important decision for any website. If you choose the wrong web host, you are in for a world of hurt. And that's why it's so important to make the right decision with the web hosting company that you choose. And primarily, you're going to want to avoid certain companies. And you basically want to avoid EIG, and GoDaddy companies. EIG stands for Endurance International Group, and they're a web hosting conglomerate. Some of the web hosting companies, I'm going to list them out here, just need to name a few that they own. They are really bad web hosts. And the scary part is you actually hear a lot of people suggesting these web hosts, and it's probably because they don't realize it or they're being paid a lot of money to suggest these web hosts. And it actually saddens me because I know people that go there have bad experiences, and the people that have used these services and said they had a great experience, then I ask the next question, are you monitoring the uptime? Are you checking the speed of your web host? And if you're not monitoring uptime, and if you're not checking the speed of your website, you really don't know if your host is any good. So some of these companies are HostGator. I'm sure you've heard of HostGator, Bluehost, and HostMonster, and there's a whole list of these EIG-owned companies, and you really want to avoid them if at all possible. They're known for gobbling up web hosting companies, laying off the support staff, and then consolidating everything, and then it all goes downhill from there. And also GoDaddy, I know a lot of people get their domain names at GoDaddy, and they're fine for that. I personally prefer a different company. However, their web hosting is bad. It is extremely, extremely bad, and their servers are overloaded. And what that means is they have so many customers on a single web server that it makes all of the websites slower. So that is what happens with GoDaddy. Now, if you have used either of these and you feel like you've had a good experience, I'm happy for you, but I would question if you are monitoring the uptime of the websites and if you're checking the website speed. So these are just just kind of the ones you want to avoid. Now, one of the biggest criteria in the web hosting company that you choose is they must support WordPress. Now, when I say that, I'm not saying that you are allowed to use WordPress or it says WordPress someplace on their website. What I'm referring to is if you are in a situation with your WordPress website and you need help, that you can go to their support and they're not going to say, sorry, that's your deal. That's not us. You're going to have to figure that out on your own. That is what I mean by they must support WordPress. Their support staff must know how to support and be willing to support you with your WordPress-based websites. You'd be surprised. Most hosts are not going to help support your WordPress-based website. Now, a web hosting company is not liable for things that you do to massively break things. So, for example, if you set your WordPress password to the word password and then someone hacks into your account and destroys your website, that's not going to be their responsibility. That will be your responsibility. But if you need help, say you're having some kind of a problem with a plugin that you installed, you should be able to go to your web hosting company and they'll manually go in there and remove that plugin. Or you're having some kind of line of code that pops up and you don't know what that is, or you're having trouble installing something and you can go to them. That's what I'm talking about, is they must support WordPress. And this is why I don't recommend going with tiny little mom and pop neighborhood web hosting companies. And that's because they don't have the support staff to be able to invest the time in giving you proper support, and they typically don't have a proper infrastructure to keep your website secure, to keep your website optimized. And next requirement is they must offer free SSL certificates. I said in the tutorial overview, you're going to learn how to install an SSL certificate on your website. And here's the thing. If your web hosting company does not provide them for free, you're probably going to pay anywhere between $30 and $100 per year per website for an SSL certificate. That's just, money that you don't have to spend if you choose the right web hosting company. So that kind of piggybacks back to Avoid EIG and GoDaddy companies. Well, those companies, you're going to be paying for SSL certificates, and it's going to get really expensive really quick. So it's better to choose a web hosting company that is going to give you a free SSL certificate, because you have to have an SSL certificate. You just have to these days. If you don't have an SSL certificate on your website and someone uses the Google Chrome web browser and they visit your website, it will say in the top bar where you put the website address, it will specifically say not secure. And you don't want someone visiting your website using that browser, which is the most popular web browser, and have it say not secure. That's just stuff that you don't need. Next thing I want to talk about is shared hosting versus managed hosting versus a VPS. Now, these are phrases that just get thrown out there, and there's a whole bunch of other phrases: cloud hosting, managed hosting, optimized hosting, all these different phrases. Now, I wish there was like some standardization with it. However, you're going to have web hosts that throw out all kinds of fancy phrases, so sometimes it might be hard to know what you're purchasing. So let me just try to sum it up in a nutshell. Your shared hosting is your hosting account's going to be on a server with other people who have their web hosting accounts on the server, and you guys all share resources. That's why it's called shared hosting. Now, good web hosts don't pack as many customers on a single server, because if they do that, it's going to affect everyone. So that's your shared hosting. So you are vulnerable if some other web hosting account on the same server starts to have problems. It can cause problems for other people. However, a good web host will be monitoring everything on the server, and they will stop problems before they happen. Then you have this next level called managed hosting, and this is a different hosting environment that is more optimized for WordPress. And sometimes they'll also bundle in additional services like backups, staging servers, things like that, automatic updates of your plugins in WordPress. And that's going to be your managed web hosting. It's going to cost more money, but for a lot of people, the performance gain will probably be worth it. And also the managed environment of making sure everything's updated, that might be worth it as well. Next is a VPS, which stands for Virtual Private Server. You don't hear it referred to as that these days. You more hear it referred to as a cloud hosting or something along those lines. Now, some web hosting providers use that cloud word the wrong way, but it's cloud web hosting. A lot of times your cloud web hosting, it's going to be completely unmanaged. You're completely on your own. You need to have a PhD in something called Linux in order to be able to make everything happen. It's not that it's impossible. It's not that there's not tools out there to make it easier to manage. You're going to have higher performance, but if you are new to web hosts, you do not want a VPS right now. That will be something when your website starts to get a ton of traffic and you need dedicated resources, you need ultra high performance, and you have someone there to take care of it for you. Now, I have a special website set up called ordernewhosting.com, and I want you to visit ordernewhosting.com, and that is where I've put together a list of web hosts that meet this criteria, and they're also very reputable companies and almost universally regarded as the best web hosting companies that there are. They're going to provide support for WordPress users. They're going to provide free SSL certificates. They're not going to overload their servers. And last, which is important, you can start out at the shared level of hosting. You're just getting started out. It's less expensive. And there's an upgrade path. You can go from shared to managed to VPS as your needs change. So here's what Order New Hosting looks like. I've got these recommendations right here. My top recommendation is InMotion Hosting. Now, what's nice about what I've set up on this page for you is I have a series of training courses. Now, these are paid training courses here Here's some on various page builders. Here's some on some of the common things you're going to want to do with your website. And here's my higher end courses right here. I have special packages where if you order from the hosts that I recommend and then send me a copy of your receipt, I'll actually give you free access to these courses so that you have all the tools that you need in order to be successful with your WordPress-based website. So with InMotion Hosting, you can see right here is the biggest offer. You're going to get a page builder course and these 3 other courses. All in all, it's worth almost $500. I'm also recommending A2 Hosting and SiteGround, and they're all going to be on this page. And over time, I'll probably expand on these recommended hosts as time goes on. So this page might look a little different when you come to it. So let's take a look at these web hosting companies and order a web hosting account. The first one we're going to look at right now is SiteGround. So on SiteGround's website, we can scroll down and you can see right here they have web hosting. And I'm going to go ahead and click on where it says learn more. And let's take a look at their plans right now. So they have 3 plans: Startup, Grow Big, Go Geek, and they all have different prices and they all have different things included. Now, SiteGround is an excellent web host. It also is the only one that I recommend that has metered hosting. And what metered hosting means is it's going to be limited to the amount of visitors per month, depending on the plan that you go with. So this plan right here for $3.95 per month is going to only be good for 10,000 visits monthly. So for me, I would definitely need this plan right here, which is for 100,000 visits per month. So you would be able to come here and decide which one would fit for you, but you have to keep in mind that it's metered web hosting. That isn't so bad depending on how much traffic you anticipate getting on your website, and that's how they can make sure that their service is high performance, but it is definitely something to consider. Next, we have A2 Hosting right here, and they have several different plans for you to choose from. Now, the higher priced plans, you're typically going to want those types of plans for e-commerce websites or maybe a learning management website, not your just basic brochure website, but your site that you're going to expect multiple people to be on and doing different things and staying on your website other than just reading. So you can choose one of these packages right here. What is nice about the Turbo package is right here, it says the Turbo package is going to be faster. And a lot of that is because it includes a plugin for WordPress that's going to make it run faster. And then right here, you can see they also have a managed web hosting plan right here. And this is they're going to give you a little bit more service with your website for you. Next is the web hosting company that we're going to actually set up in this tutorial video, and that is InMotion Hosting. I have lined up a 57% discount on these web hosting plans down here. And this is also the web hosting company where I'm going to be giving you the biggest or largest bonus right here of free courses. So here we are, and they have these 3 plans, and you could see that the lowest you could get this launch plan for is $295. Now, when you hover over the order button, it reveals how much it costs. So if you only wanted to get service for 1 year, it's going to be $4.49 times 12. If you wanted it for 2 years or 3 years, you can just easily do the math. You would just select the one that you wanted. So the launch plan is going to be good for 1 website. Actually, here, let me scroll down. Okay, see, I get some information wrong sometimes. Okay, so right here it says on the launch plan, you can host 2 websites. On the Power plan, 6 websites. And on the Pro plan, you can host unlimited websites. Okay, so these are the 3 plans that you can choose from. Now, they also do some really nice things. If you have a website someplace else, they'll migrate it for you. They also have all US-based support, which is very nice. They also have something very interesting. So if you're on this page and you go to web hosting, you can click right here. It says WordPress hosting. Now, this is something that they just launched. I want to say maybe like middle of 2017. So these are fairly new offerings for them. So this is WordPress optimized specific hosting. Your WordPress based website is going to run faster on this WordPress optimized hosting, and you can see the various plans that they have available here. These plans also are metered. However, it says suitable. It's not a hard cap requirement, so they're not going to be tracking how much traffic you get and telling you you have to upgrade. And so each of these plans, you can see some of the differences there. Now, what I like about InMotion hosting and all of these hosts is you can start small and work your way up. So for this video, this tutorial, I'm going to go ahead and start small because I know I can work my way up as soon as I start getting traction. So I can start on the launch plan and then work my way up to the power plan and then the pro plan, or just go straight for the managed WordPress hosting. Everybody's different. So if you're not price sensitive, you might want to start out with some of the managed WordPress hosting options right here if you're not price sensitive. But if you want to just start someplace, you can go ahead and start with the launch plan. I will say if you get this pro plan, it does come with additional resources for your web hosting account. But for this tutorial, we're going to choose the launch plan. So I'm going to go here to order now, and I'm going to go ahead and choose the 3-year option. That's going to get me the largest discount. Let's go ahead and click on that, and then it's going to open up in a new tab, and it's going to take me straight to their shopping cart. Okay, and through this checkout process, there might be some options or encouragement to upgrade to one of the other plans. You can choose that if you want, or just click on no thanks. So let's go through the order process really quick. So first thing is we're going to choose a data center. So if you are in Europe or Asia, you'd probably want to choose Washington. And if you're in the United States or Central or South America, you might want to choose Los Angeles. Honestly, it doesn't really matter as much as it would have maybe 10 years ago. However, if you're really concerned about this, and some people are, you might want to check out A2 hosting, which is the second host that I was talking about. However, you're going to most likely be perfectly fine with Washington or Los Angeles right here. Mine is currently in the Los Angeles data center. Next, you have the option of paying for a dedicated IP address. This isn't so needed these days. You can get it if you want. If you're going to have a website where you want a high-end paid SSL certificate, that there's certain certificates, like for example, you can see right now with InMotion hosting, I'm on their website and you see right where the URL is, it says InMotion hosting like that. Well, that's usually an indication of a more premium SSL certificate that's usually over $100, usually around $300 per year. It's called an EV certificate, and you would need a dedicated IP address for that. So if you're not a bank, then you probably don't need a dedicated IP address. So we'll leave that at no thank you. And then right here where it says Content Management System Auto Installer, let's go ahead and choose WordPress. And so what this means is after you order, it's automatically going to install WordPress for you. It's just one less step that you're going to have to do. Let's go ahead and click on continue. Now is where you would either order a new domain name, or you would connect in a domain name that you already have someplace else. So if you've already registered a domain name someplace else, like maybe at GoDaddy, or another popular one is called Namecheap, you would just go ahead and click right here where it says I already own this domain, and you would enter your domain name and then click on continue. What ends up happening is you order the hosting account, and then there is some instructions on how to point your domain name from wherever it is to your new web hosting account. Or you can just check right here and purchase a new domain. Now with InMotion hosting, these are the only extensions that they support: .com, .net, .org, .biz, .info, .us. So if you're in the UK and you want an .eu, or you want one that's not on this list, I recommend going to namecheap.com to register your domain name. That being said, I recommend, if at all possible, to go with a .com domain name. I know nowadays there's .io and .co and all these things, and I think nothing will ever be as good as a .com domain name. So I'm going to go ahead and enter a domain name now. Now, after you enter it, it's going to see if it's available, and if it is, it will let you proceed. If it's not available, it will let you know that, so that you can choose a different domain name. So I've gone ahead and entered Show the Demo 1. I know that that's available, and the actual domain name I'm going to use for this tutorial is Show the Demo. So then I'm going to go ahead and click on search, and it's going to check the availability, and this is when it lets me know that it's available. And then all I have to do is click on add to cart right here, and you could see right here it added the domain name, and the domain name is actually going to be free of charge. It's normally $15 per year, but it's going to give it to you for free. But it also added domain privacy, and it's up to you whether you want domain name privacy or not. So essentially, whenever you register a domain name, you have to have a valid name, address, and email address, contact information tied to that domain name. And it's public. Anyone can go and see that information. Or you can get domain privacy, and it's kind of like your info is just unlisted, and there's this domain privacy company's information there instead. Now, you're not totally private. I mean, it's private from public eyes. However, if there's a legal situation or anything like that, it is very easy and possible to send some important documents to the domain privacy company, and they will immediately give up your information. So it's more just to protect you from the casual person. So if you do want that, you can just click on continue. If you don't, you can just click on the X right here, and it will remove that and take your balance down to whatever it is. Now let's click on continue. And in this step, because I removed the domain privacy, it's just asking me one more time. That's okay. Persistence is actually a good thing. I'll go ahead and click on continue. And now it's going to take me to the billing section. And so what you'll want to do is enter in your email address here. So I've gone ahead and entered an email address. I'm going to click on continue, and it will take me off to the next step. Okay, so this is the step where you're going to enter in all your billing information. Now, there's one important part to this, and that's right here where it says referred by, and it says optional. I'm asking you if you would enter WP Crafter. Now, typically when you order, it will automatically know that you came through from my website, and when you do get your receipt, you can send it to me, and I'll get you access to those courses that I promised you. However, sometimes it's just safer to put WP Crafter in here as well. That way there'll be written information there so they know that you came from my website. So you'll just go ahead and fill this out and scroll down. Now, right here is the option to choose your payment method, and you can put in a credit card or a debit card. Now, there's one glaring thing missing, and that is they don't have a PayPal option. So if your only way to pay for this web hosting account is via PayPal, it's actually okay. You can pick up the phone and call them, or you can contact their live support. So they have live chat on the website. You can say, hey, I want to order a new web hosting account, but I can only pay through PayPal, and they will set you up. Now, when you do it on the phone or you do it that way, just let them know that they have to put the order with WP Crafter, and you'll be fine. So then once you enter all your information, click on review my order, then you can complete the order, and you're going to get 2 emails from InMotion Hosting. And let me go through those now. Okay, so the first email you're going to get is your receipt, and this is what it looks like. I blurred out my information. I hope you don't mind. Now, this is what I need you to forward to me, offers at WP Crafter. I need you to forward this to me if you'd like access to that bonus package of courses. Just go ahead and send this off to me. Then what I do is I take it it, I verify that you did purchase it through the link on my website, and then I'll be able to go ahead and send you access to the courses. So this is the first email that you're going to get, and then you're going to also get a second email. Here is that second email right here. Now, I will tell you that sometimes when you order a new web hosting account, the web hosting provider will want to call you before they create the account and verify that you actually did place this order. That happens, and so that might happen when you order a new hosting account. If not, you're going to get that receipt that I just showed you, and you're going to get this welcome email right here. Now, this welcome email has some important information in it. First, it's going to give you your login ID, which is really just the email address you used when you set up your account. But then you need to click this button that says to get started, set your password here. You need to click on that, and what it's going to do is it's going to take you over to InMotion Hosting's website, and it's going to allow you to create a password. Then once you've created the password, now you have your login and your password, and you're going to be able to log in. So I'm going to go ahead and log into my account right now. And here I am logged in. Now, don't get rid of that email that you just got from InMotion that had the link to create your password, because when you scroll down on that email, it's going to actually have your WordPress login information. Okay, so now that you are logged into your web hosting account, let me just let you know, if you're using a different web host, a lot of times they're going to kind of look similar, and I'll get into that in a moment, so you could still follow along. Now, first thing we want to do when we first log in is we want to go ahead and right off the bat turn on that SSL certificate. So I need you to click on Manage Free Basic SSL Certificate. You'll click on this right here, and then what we're going to do, we just have to wait a sec. It's just analyzing your web hosting account to take a look at all the domain names on it. And then after a moment, it's going to show, your screen's going to look like this. Here on the right, you see it lists out the domain name. Now I'm just going to read this one important bit right here. It says, if your new domain is less than 4 hours old, or you have not pointed your existing domain's DNS to the account, we can't issue a free certificate. So just keep in mind, if it's a brand new domain name, you might need 4 hours to wait before this can be issued. All we need to do to turn on SSL is to click right here. It says off, and I'm going to do that, and it's going to turn on. And that's all there is to it. Now, an SSL certificate for free will be issued to you, and you'll be able to use that to start using your website in a secure environment. Okay, so let me go back. I'm going to go back a bit here. Now that we did that, and that was actually so easy, it's more complicated with other web hosts. Now what I want to do is show you where the main meat and potatoes of this control panel is going to be, and it's going to be right here. And it's going to say cPanel. Now, this is an industry standard thing, cPanel or control panel. So even though this is what InMotion's looks like, you're going to have the same thing with SiteGround, the same thing with A2 Hosting, the same thing with most of these shared web hosting providers. They're all using cPanel. With InMotion, if you chose the managed hosting, it's the same thing. It's going to be in this thing called cPanel. Now, there's a couple things I want to do before we log into WordPress for the first time. And the first thing I want to do is modify the WordPress site so that it knows we only want to use HTTPS, the SSL certificate, for the website. So I'm going to scroll down here and click right there where it says WordPress. And it's going to pull this up right here. Now, when you scroll down, you're going to see a list of all the WordPress installations that you have. Here is the one that was automatically created when we signed up for our web hosting account. And if you look at the URL right there, it shows HTTP, not HTTPS. And we just want to change that. And it's actually really easy to do. All we need to do is click on this little edit details icon right here. So let's do that now. And then it's going to pull up this screen right here. And the second option is URL. And we can actually change this. So I can click here and put an S like this. And oops, not SA. You want it to be correct. So now it's HTTPS. And this is exactly what we wanted. So now we can scroll down to the bottom of this page and save our details. Just click on the big blue button, save installation details like this. And now it says the installation details were edited successfully. That's perfect. So now let's click back here where it says cPanel. And now we're going to do two more things in cPanel. First, I want you to just double check. Now, if you're not using Emotion and you're using a different hosting account, you're going to want to do this as well. I want you to scroll down to where it says PHP configuration and click on this. Now, with InMotion Hosting, they started by default, which is a good thing, putting you on this thing called PHP 7. Now, if you have an old web hosting account someplace, chances are you're on an older PHP version. And what you're going to want to do is change this dropdown to PHP 7. And as time goes by, you might want to put it at PHP 7.1 or 7.2, but it's safe to leave it on PHP 7. Essentially, this setting is going to make your website run a whole heck of a lot faster. However, a lot of old web hosting companies, they put you on this old 5.6 version, and the reason they do that is for greater compatibility and less headaches for them if you run into a problem. However, that is a very old version, and if you just switch it to version 7, your website's going to load a lot quicker. Okay, so now that we verified that we're on PHP version 7, let's go ahead and click on Home, and that's going to take us to the home of the cPanel. Now, if you're ever looking for something in cPanel, you can just go ahead and enter it right here and it will pull it right up. And this is pretty universal. So what we want to do now is we want to create an email account that we're going to use later on the website. So let's go ahead and click on Email Accounts. Now, this control panel, like I said, cPanel is industry standard. If there was ever something that you wanted to learn how to do, you can do a search for example, how to create an email address in cPanel. And if you entered in that search, you will find instructions on how to do it. So just know that cPanel is what you have. It's what most web hosting accounts are based on, and there's lots of resources out there available to you. So now we're going to go ahead and create an email address, and this is going to be an email address that we're going to configure inside of WordPress. So when WordPress is sending out any important emails, this is the account that it's going to use. So on my website, I just use adam@wpcrafter.com. So you can make this email addresses whatever you want. You can have as many email addresses as you want, actually. So I'm going to go ahead and just start filling this out. Okay, so I've gone ahead and I'm going to create the email address adam@showthedemo.com. I've popped in a password, and here's the quota. You can make it unlimited or leave it at that. It's not going to be really something where I'm leaving a lot of email addresses there. I'm going to go ahead and click on Create Account right here. And it is going to, well, it already made my email address. So here you can see a list of my email addresses, and it's just this one right here. And what we can do if we want the settings for configuring this email account in an email program, or maybe something on your smartphone, or maybe a program you might have on your computer, just click right here where it says set up mail client like this, and then we just choose which program we're going to use. Or what I prefer is I just like to scroll down here and just grab the settings right here. Now we're going to use these settings later on, so I suggest you just make a note of it. So you already know the username, it's going to be your email address, you created the password, and then here is the incoming server and any kind of port information, and the outgoing server and the port information for that. We're going to take this information later and we're going to plug this into our website so it uses this email address when it sends outbound emails. So now we can just scroll up and click back onto cPanel, and this is really where you're going to configure everything related to your web hosting account is here in cPanel. You're mostly never going to use it though. You would just maybe create a new email account or something like that. There's really not a ton that you're going to do in here. So now let's log into WordPress for the first time. Now remember I said to hold on to that email that you were sent by Emotion to create your password. Well, I want you to pull it up right now, and I'm going to pull mine up. So now I've just scrolled down a little bit, and what this does is it says right here, log into the administrative dashboard, and this is actually for your WordPress website. You can go ahead and click on the link that is there where it says admin using your domain, and it lists your email, username, and password. You're going to use your email and this auto-generated password. This is your WordPress login. Don't worry about your password. I know it looks crazy. We're going to change that password here in a moment, but this is going to be your login information. So I'm going to go ahead and open up this domain name right here and start the login process. Now what you're going to do is you're going to copy it into your clipboard, and then you're going to go ahead and paste it in right here. Now the only difference is, you see how it says HTTP? Well, we want to change that and make it HTTPS. So just go ahead and enter an S right there and then hit on enter, and it's going to take you straight to the login page. So now you can enter in your email address that you used to create your hosting account, and we're going to paste in that crazy password. Okay, there's mine, so I'll just go ahead and click on log in, and it will take me right on in. So now I am logged into WordPress for the first time. I just wanted to just stop for a moment and congratulate you. You are doing fantastic. So far, you've accomplished so much. You made a wise web hosting decision. You set up hosting a domain name, and you set up an SSL certificate. And that's something that a lot of people have a trouble with, but you've already gone ahead and done that. And you have installed WordPress, and you are ready for action. Great job. So now let's take a deeper look at what WordPress is, so that when you're going into WordPress, we're going to go in a moment, you're going to feel more confident, you're going to feel more comfortable in this new tool that you're using. So first of all, I guess what most people describe WordPress is a content management system. So essentially, it just means it's a program that gets run on a server in the cloud that allows you to add content to it that you can then display on a website address. It's a content management system. And with WordPress, we're going to be creating pages. These are standard pages of content, like a contact page, a services page. That's kind of content that stays the same. And then we also can create something called posts, or better known as blog posts. And this would be more information that is aligned with a date. So for a business, this could be maybe news or updates or some new information like that. But WordPress is not limited to that. You can also have other types of content. So in an e-commerce scenario, you would have products. If you're using WordPress for a learning management system, you might have courses and lessons. So even though out of the box, WordPress supports pages and posts, you can create any type of content in WordPress. It is extremely, extremely powerful. Now, the structure of a WordPress-based website, in any website, at the very top of a web page, you have what's called a header, and at the very bottom, you have a footer. And these two areas are typically identical on every single page or post or type of content that you're on or page you're on a particular website. The header stays the same. The footer stays the same. What's in between is the only thing that's different from page to page. So what is the anatomy of a header? You might have a logo and you might have a menu. And so in WordPress, we create menus and we can add a logo to the header and we create these headers. And the same goes for footer. The footer, that's the bottom of your web page. You can put all different types of information in there, maybe a mini contact form or a list of popular pieces of content on your website, however you want to use it. Next, on the anatomy of a WordPress-based website is you have the content area, and that's everything pretty much either below the header and above the footer, just kind of like a sandwich. It's kind of the meat right there in the middle. But then on some pages or posts on your website, you might want to have a sidebar that might have additional information, maybe other links, maybe another menu, and that might stay the same. Typically for a page, the entire content area, the entire area underneath the header and above the footer is just going to be for your content, edge to edge, top to bottom. Typically on a blog post, you'll see a sidebar, but you can have the sidebar on all types of different content in WordPress. Now, what people talk most about with regards to WordPress are WordPress themes and WordPress plugins. So essentially a WordPress theme is going to kind of be the framework of how your website will look on the front end of it. So not the back end where you're creating stuff, but on the front end, it's going to have all the styles and the layout and stuff like that in it. That's your theme. And there's thousands of themes to choose from. There's some you want. There's some you definitely don't want. And the same goes for plugins. What that is it's a little thing you can add, and it's going to add some kind of feature or functionality. A perfect example is by default, WordPress doesn't do e-commerce. By default, WordPress doesn't do an online course or learning management system. So what you do is you install a plugin to add those features. So for e-commerce, you add WooCommerce. For a learning management system, you can add LearnDash or Lifter LMS. And there's an entire ecosystem of companies building themes that you can buy and companies building plugins that you can buy. If you want to create a landing page, there's a plugin for that. If you want to turn your website into a membership website, there's a plugin for that. If you want to add online booking to your website, there's a plugin for that. And that is why WordPress is so powerful, is because of this plug-in system where you can easily add new features to your website. So let's go ahead and jump into a fresh installation, or this fresh installation of WordPress that we have right here. Now this is fresh and untouched, and there's a list of things I like to do when I first install WordPress. But right when you log in to WordPress for the first time, it takes you straight to the dashboard. Now I'm going to show you something real neat here that actually a lot of experienced users in WordPress don't even know. And the first thing is where it says screen options right here. So on the dashboard, we see all these bits of information here, and you might not care about any of this information and you might want it to disappear. Well, on all these different menu options here on the left that take you to different parts of WordPress, you have this screen options here. Let me just show you real quick what options it's given us for the dashboard. When I click on screen options, it reveals this panel, and I can enable or disable any of these if I don't want to see them again. So for example, this big welcome, or how about this at a glance? So I can go right here to where it says at a glance. I can click on the checkbox, bam, it disappeared. If I want it back, I can click on that. Now these screen options are all throughout WordPress, and it's one of those things that you might want to be aware of. So here's all of our menu options, and this is going to kind of tie into the presentation that I just gave, where I talked about a content management system. So right here is for creating those blog posts. Right here is for your media. If you want to upload an image or something like that, it's going to be right here where it says media. And here's where I can create a new page. Now also with posts, you can allow people to leave comments. They're called blog comments, and they're all going to be right here. And then this tab right here that says appearance, this is where we're going to be able to choose a theme, and then we're going to be able to kind of start putting the pieces together of creating a menu, adding what's called widgets. Widgets are, if you wanted that thing I was talking about, a sidebar, you add these things called widgets to the sidebar and also to your footer. And then here's our menus, customize, and that's where we're going to go in and customize our theme. And then we have our plugins, which I talked about. You can install, see a list of installed plugins or add a new plugin right from within the interface. Now, to use the back end of WordPress, you have a user account, and we're going to go in here and set up our password and things like that. You can also have multiple users, and there's different types of roles that you can assign to these users that limit what they can do when they log into WordPress. Next, we have some general tools. You're really not going to be in here that much. This is just for importing data or exporting data. And then we have the settings panel right here. In this, we are going to go through right now. We have general settings, writing, reading, discussion, media, and permalinks. So we actually need to go and tweak some of these settings that I like to tweak when I first log into WordPress. Now, what happens is when you add plugins to your website, these plugins may add menu items here. So these menu items will be on every WordPress-based websites, but some of them you're going to see additional listings here, additional menu items, and that's because when you add a plugin, it adds a new feature and it might add a menu item here. So with the e-commerce example, it will add a products menu item. For the learning management system example, it will add maybe something that says courses or lessons or the name of the plugin. So this is going to look different depending on what you have on your website. Now, let me last explain what these red dots are. So you have a red dot here next to plugins, and it has a 1 right here next to updates, and then even up here. And these are indicators that there's something on your website that needs an update. And you're going to get 3 types of updates with WordPress, and it's very important that you stay on top of your WordPress-based website and make sure that these things are always up to date. You're going to have WordPress itself have updates, you're going to have your theme have an update, and you're going to have plugins have an update. Now, in this case, you can visually tell we have an update. It says 1 here, it says 1 here, but we can see right here it's an update to this plugin. And these are just some default things that are installed when you first install WordPress. Let me show you how to do an update, and then we're going to start cleaning out WordPress and we're going to reset the password. So you can click here or here to get to the same place. It's going to take you to the updates. So I'm just going to go ahead and click on updates, and this is going to list all of your plugins or themes that need updates. So right here, it'll list if there's a WordPress update. Right here, it'll list all your plugin updates, and right here, your theme updates. So I can click on this checkbox, and then I can click on Update Plugins. That's one way to do it. The other way is to click into plugins directly, and you can see a list of all of your plugins, and this will let you know this needs to be updated. And there's an easy button right here I can click on. I just did, and it's going to go ahead and update that plugin for me. It's very important to stay on top of updates. They can either add new features and functionality to your website, or they can also be adding security patches and updates to your website. So it's very important to stay up to date. So now let's go through the steps I like to follow when I first install WordPress. And first, when you click on posts and pages, right when you install WordPress, it's going to have some information in there that you may not want. So I don't want this default post. I can hover over it, click on trash. And what that's going to do is it's going to put it in something called the trash can. And you can see right here, trash has 1. So then I click on trash, and then I click this button here that says empty trash. And it's as simple as that. And the same thing for pages. I'm going to click on pages. It's going to have this sample page. I'm going to click on trash. And then I'm going to click right here where it says trash, and then I'm going to click on empty trash. I'll click on comments, but there isn't going to be any, and that's because comments are linked to posts. There was a comment in there, but since I deleted the post, it also deleted the comment. The next thing I like to do is go to settings and then click on general. And this is where we're going to set some general settings for our website. The first thing I like to set is my site title. So by default, typically when you do a fresh installation of WordPress, it's just going to say My my blog. And this is where you'll want to maybe say something about what the website is about and maybe slip in some keyword phrases that someone might search into Google in order to find your website. You might want to put that information right there. For the tagline, I usually actually take that out, but you can have it if you want. But what's really important is for the email address, that this is a current email address that you're going to receive the emails. This is the email address that WordPress is going to use to notify you of updates and any administrative purpose. Next, I need you to go where it says time zone, and we want to put your proper time zone in here. And that's because if WordPress emails you and there's a timestamp, you want that timestamp to actually make sense because it's your time zone. So when you click on this, you can set it based off UTC, or if you scroll up, you're going to start seeing a list of city names broken up by country. So I would choose Los Angeles, and here's L, and I don't see Los Angeles. That's because I'm not in America, the section for America. So I need to just keep scrolling up until I find Los Angeles. And there it is, Los Angeles. You only have to do this once. And then I'm going to scroll down here and click on Save Changes. The next thing I like to do, and this is incredibly important, click on where it says permalinks. This is very, very important. This is how the links to the various pages on your website are going to look. You get to choose how they're going to look, and there's a way of doing it that everyone just needs to do. And that is to click right here where it says post name. So this is what your link is going to look like. It's going to be the name of your website and the title of whatever piece of content. This is much better link to give out, to reference, to have shown in Google than something like, you know, your domain name, a bunch of numbers tied to a date, and then a piece of information like the title of your content. So just leave that on post name, scroll down, go ahead and click on Save Changes. Now let's take a look at your user account. So hover over to users. You can go straight to your account by clicking on your profile, or you can click on all users and you can see a list of users. So here is the user that was automatically created when I installed this WordPress-based website. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that. Now I want to scroll down and show you some information right here. This is where you're going to change your password, change your email address, and also change or configure how your username will be shown on the front end. So there's different pieces of content where it might show the author. That would be like if you're writing a blog post and it shows the author. So by default, it's set to show this, and I probably don't want it to show this. So this is where I'll put what I want to show. This is typically what I enter, Adam at WP Crafter. Next, where it says display name publicly as, this is where you're going to want to change it to what you just entered in. And it also doesn't hurt to put your first name and last name in there. Next, scroll all the way down, and then right here is where you can change your password. So what you'll do is click on generate password. Now WordPress by default wants you to be very secure, and that is an insane looking password. You don't have to use that. You can enter in a different password right now and then click on update profile. So I'm going to do that because I don't like the auto-generated password. I want it to be a password that I'll know. Hey, word of caution, do not use an easy to guess password. It is a bad idea. So I'm going to go ahead and enter my password. Okay, so I've gone ahead and updated my password now. Here's some other things you can do if you wanted to change the color scheme back here. I like leaving it the way that it is so all my websites look the same. But if you wanted, it's your website, you can go ahead and choose a different color scheme if that's something that interested you. Now, your username is not something that WordPress in the user interface here lets you change. If you want to change your username, you can do that. There is a plugin that allows you to do it called Username Changer. In this part of the tutorial, you're going to see how to install plugins. So that would be something you would just search for and add if you wanted to change your username, or you can just be like me and use your email address as your username when you're logging in. You typically don't don't want certain easy to guess usernames. These would be usernames like admin or administrator or the domain name or something like that. You want to avoid that. So now let's take a look at themes. So I'll go to appearance and I'll click on themes, and this shows you a list of themes. Now these are the 3 themes that are installed by default. Depending on your web host, it might not have all 3. Let me show you how to delete a theme. You obviously only need the theme that you are using. So first, let me show you how to delete a theme. You can just click on where it says theme details, click on delete, and then click on OK. Essentially, this is less files that are going to be on your web hosting account. So like once again, click on delete, confirm, and it will be gone. Now, let me show you how to add a new theme. So what you can do is click this button here that says add new, and it's immediately going to take you over to the WordPress theme repository, but I like to just call it the WordPress theme directory. Now, these aren't the only themes available for WordPress. These are all free themes that you can download directly in WordPress, but you can also go and purchase WordPress themes anywhere on the internet, and they usually give you a file. Now, in those situations, you would just click on upload theme and then choose that file, and that's how you would install your theme. Now, let me tell you that there are tens of thousands of WordPress themes. There are a large amount of outdated themes, and there's a lot of just crummy WordPress themes. Also, there is this sort up here of popular, latest, and favorites. So if I click on popular, that's usually where you're going to start. Now, just because a theme is here in the popular, or it might be on the top 10 or something like that, that does not necessarily mean it's a great theme either. That could mean that they have a great marketing team that's out there spending tens of thousands of dollars per month so that people will know about the theme and install it. It does not. It's just because you're in this popular list, it's not an indicator that the theme is actually any good. And if you wanted to install a theme, all you would have to do is click on, well, you can hover over it and click on install, and then it will go ahead and install that WordPress theme for you. And now when I click back on themes, you can see I just installed this WordPress theme. The same is pretty much for plugins. If I click on plugins, we're going to see a list of my plugins. Now, these are installed by default. Some hosts do, some hosts don't. This is how you delete plugins. I can click on delete and then confirm it, and now that plugin is gone. I can activate a plugin, just click on activate, and then you can see the color of it's going to change to that blue, and that's how you know this is an activated plugin. But then if I don't want it, I can click on deactivate, and then I can click on delete and confirm, and now that plugin is gone. Now if I want to add a new plugin, I can click on add new, and it's the same thing that went with themes. There are free plugins that are listed right here, but there's also ones outside of here that you could purchase and then upload. And the same goes what I described with themes, that just because you're in this featured list, that doesn't mean it's any good. Just because it's in the popular list does not mean it's any good. Typically with plugins, you're going to do searches. So you're going to click right here and you're going to do a search for your plugins or categories. Typically, you're going to want to get recommended plugins, and I have a whole series of plugins that I recommend for all different things that you would need. But one thing to point out is what you see right here is not necessarily the best. So the same goes with themes. If I see a plugin I like, I can click on install now. It's going to download that plugin to my WordPress website. I can click on activate if I want. I don't want to. I can click back to installed plugins, and then I can delete that plugin if I want to. In this case, I definitely do. Now, the last thing I want to talk about is most of the appearance side of your website that is going to be dependent upon your theme is going to be in this item here called the customizer. It's a different interface in WordPress that you're going to be using in order to access all of the options that your theme may give you. So if I click on customize like this, it's going to take me into this thing called the customizer. So you're going to hear me reference the customizer often. And here's all the style settings that are related to your theme, your colors, your fonts, putting in a logo, all the various options of how things look. And what's also nice is you have these controls right here to see how your website looks on a tablet and to see how your website looks on a mobile device. And it just shrinks it like that. And this is how it looks on a tablet, and back to the desktop like this. This is also an alternative location where you can create menus if you wanted to. And then when you've made any changes, you can click on the publish button, and that makes your changes now live. So to get out of the customizer, you would just click on this X right here. You're back into WordPress. One thing that's interesting with WordPress is there's always more than one way to do the same thing. So you saw you could create a menu in the customizer, but you can also create a menu right here underneath appearance. Click on menus, and here's our interface to create a new menu. And this right here is the default menu that is created when I installed WordPress. These are menu items. Here's the list of the various menus. It's real simple. You create a menu, you put your items in the menu, and then you assign the menu to a location. So you can assign it to the top, the header area, or into a footer. It all depends on the options that your theme gives you. You can rearrange things just like this. You can stack one menu item underneath another menu item. I can see what I want to add. If I wanted to add this home page, I can click that, click on add to menu, and now I've added that. I can reorder it. It's really flexible, this menu structure. And the last important thing to take a look at is this thing called widgets. And what widgets are is, when I was explaining, WordPress has these things called sidebars. Well, this is where you would add content to those sidebars. And also, when I said WordPress has footers, this is where you're going to add content to those footers. You're going to do it through these things called widgets. So here are the widget areas. So we have the sidebar, we have the footer, and 1 and footer 2. Now these are different based upon your theme. So this is your entire footer is split into 2 sections, footer 1 and footer 2. And these are widgets. These are all just there by default. And what you can do is you can click on any widget like this, and you can delete it if you want by clicking that, and now my widget is gone. If I want to add a new widget, here's my widget options right here. If I wanted to add a navigation menu, I can just drag and drop that right there, and then choose my menu, and then click on save, and I've added content to the footer. And the same goes for all of these widgets. Plugins will add widget options, and also themes will add additional widget options in widget locations. So just think of widgets as how you add content to other areas that the theme controls, in the header, maybe the sidebar or the footer. It just depends on your theme. So the last thing to do is to go right here and click on Visit Site, and we're going to be able to see what this WordPress-based website looks like right now. This is just running the default theme, and it's set up the default way just like this. Now, I'm not a big fan of this theme, so that is basically what WordPress is. It's a content management system where you create pages, posts, and other types of content. You have the header, the footer, and menus that your theme controls, and those usually stay the same on every page. You have the content area, which changes from page to page, and you have a sidebar, and what dictates the style is your WordPress theme, and there's free ones and paid ones. And to add features to your website, you would add plugins. So now's where the fun begins. We're going to go ahead and install a theme, and we're going to install the plugins that we're going to use. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Appearance. I'm going to choose Themes, and then right here I'm going to click on Add New, And then I'm going to click on, actually, we don't need to click on popular. Let's just do a search for it. Enter Astra, A-S-T-R-A, and it's going to pull it up right here. Don't worry if the thumbnail image looks different when you're doing it. It's because they update it from time to time. I'm going to go ahead and click on install. And then after that, I'm going to go ahead and click on the activate option. Here it is, click on activate, and now we have our first theme installed and activated. That's actually interesting. The thumbnail already changed. That's hilarious. Now it's a good idea to always keep a separate theme, so you'll have another one in case you're troubleshooting a problem. You can always switch to it. So we don't need 3 themes here. I'm going to go ahead and delete this 2016 theme, and I showed you how to do that in the prior portion of this video. So now that is done, let's go ahead and click on plugins, and we should have the list of plugins all deleted, the default ones that came with this. Let's go ahead and click on add new. Now these are in no particular order. So first let's type in Astra Sites. Here it is. Let's go ahead and click on install now. And it's just going to take a moment to download. And on this one, we're going to go ahead and actually activate it right now. We're not going to do that for all of the plugins we install. So now I'm going to go to add new again. And this time I'm going to put in a plugin named Really Simple SSL. Now what this plugin does, and you can see it's on a ton of websites, what this plugin does is it will make sure when someone goes to our website that they're pushed to the SSL version of it. So they'll go to, if they enter in HTTP and then the website, this will make sure they actually get redirected to the HTTPS, the secure version of your website. So I'm going to go ahead and click on install now. I'm not going to activate that one just yet. Now, the next plugin that I want to install is named iTheme Security. Here it is. This is a plugin that's going to keep your website safe from any kind of hacker that might try to break into it. It's going to protect the login form. It's going to do all kinds of great security related things. So I'm going to click on install now. And this is another one where we're not going to activate it just yet. Next, we're going to add Updrafts, and that's UPDRAFTS. And this is going to be our backup plugin. And what this does, it's so awesome. When it makes a backup, you can have it send it to Dropbox or some off-site location. And that's what I love about it. I use it with Dropbox. You can get a free Dropbox account. And when it makes its backup, it'll be right there in your Dropbox. And then you have the extra added protection if your Dropbox pushes files to your computer. Now you have a backup of your website in all these different locations. So I'm going to go ahead and click on install now. And this is another one that we're going to go through setting up later in the tutorial. Okay, now we're going to install a plugin named Yoast. Well, I think it's actually called WordPress SEO, but it used to be named Yoast. And if you enter in Yoast, it'll pull right up. Y-O-A-S-T. Now, this is an SEO search engine optimization plugin. It's really one of those essential plugins to have on your website, and it makes it your website fully optimized for search engine ranking. Obviously, you have to go in and do a bunch of things, but this allows you to actually do it. We're going to touch on that towards the end of this tutorial. Go ahead and click on install now. Next, we're going to put in that email sending plugin. So do a search for SMTP. So when you enter in SMTP, we're going to go with this one right here, WP Mail SMTP by WP Forms. So go ahead and click on install now for this one. And now let's go ahead and take a look at our list of installed plugins. And you can see everything that we've done so far. So we have Astra Starter Sites, and that's active. We want that. We're going to do the security later, the backup later, the SMTP for sending emails later, and we'll do Yoast, our SEO plugin, later. What I want you to do now, though, is click on Activate for Really Simple SSL. We're going to go ahead and activate this, and what this is going to do is fully enable your website to force everyone onto the SSL certificate for encryption. This is essential for any kind of e-commerce or just any kind of website. You have to be on a SSL certificate these days. Or, like I said earlier, you see where it says secure? If you don't have an SSL certificate, Google's going to say not secure, and that's not what you want with your website. So go ahead and click right here where it says go ahead, activate SSL. We'll give it a moment to do its thing. Now, when you do that, the next thing you click on, you're going to have to re-log in. So if I click on dashboard, it's going to make me or force me to re-log in, which is okay. It's only the first time you activate that plugin, and pretty much once it's activated on your website, you're not going to touch it again. So right now, why don't you log back in to your website? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and click on log in. It's going to put me right back inside, and I am all good. You should see this message that says SSL activated, and that's going to let you know that you are good to go. You can get rid of this message so you don't have to see it anymore by clicking on the X right here off to the right, and you are all set. So now is where all the fun begins. Just a moment ago, we installed and activated a plugin named Astra Starter Sites, and we also installed and activated the Astra theme. Remember, this thumbnail may change. Now you're going to see an option underneath appearance that says Astra Sites, and let's go ahead and click on it. Now, from time to time, Astra will move things around, so maybe this might be consolidated into here or something. So if you notice something isn't where I'm showing you in this video, if you just thumb around a little bit, I'm sure you'll be able to find it. But right here, we're looking for Astra Sites. Now, first thing is we're being prompted to make a choice, and it says select your favorite page builder. Now, for this tutorial, we're going to be using this page builder named Elementor. So I'm going to want you to click right there on Elementor. Now, what you're looking at is a beautiful, beautiful thing. You're looking at a list of fully designed websites that you can restore by clicking one button. Isn't that crazy? Well, actually, I think it's more like 3 button clicks, but you know, that's just a technicality. So we can scroll down. Well, there's sort options right here, and then you could search. There's not enough where you'd really need to search, but we can scroll down and see all of these amazing designs that we can easily restore, and it's all free. It's all just available for free. Now, some of them are going to have this agency tag on the top right. Those are templates that are not. So the theme that we're using is named Astra, and they have a Pro version, and they also have what they call an agency version that has all of these really high-end designs that you can restore with one click. But they're super generous. The theme is free. Astra Starter Sites is free, and it's enough to get up and running. So you can scroll down. Now, technically, what we're doing in this video with WooCommerce and e-commerce, it can actually be added to any of these designs. So like I was saying at the very beginning of the video, if you don't like the design that I'm using, I'm going to actually teach you how to build an e-commerce website out of any of these designs. And then I'm going to also teach you how to make any of these designs your own. So you're going to be able to have full power and control to do anything that you want. So these two right here are e-commerce specific, and for the agency license holders, I'll have some information in a moment about it. Here's a agency version here, and it has some more design to it. But these are really e-commerce related right here. And you can see there's a wide variety of templates here, and they're all top notch. So if you like the way, maybe you have a garden store and you like the way this looks, well, you can easily follow along in the entire tutorial and choose this instead of the one that we're going to choose. The same thing goes for this really simple pet services one. I really like that. It's a really good template and easy to work with. And so you have this wide variety here. I love it. Here's a great one if you're going to sell some beauty supplies. So WooCommerce, the e-commerce platform, is going to work with any of these. And that's just one of the things I love about this, but I'm going to go ahead with this one right here, the brand store, because it's very much e-commerce related. So any of these, you can go ahead and click on this details and preview button. And what it's going to do is it's going to show us what the website's going to look like in the right. We can decide if we want it or not. And then when we have made our decision, we can go ahead and move forward. So right now, today, restoring this is 2 buttons that I need to click. I need to click on install plugins, and this is going to install all the required plugins, which is essentially Elementor and the e-commerce platform. And then after that, I will click another button to restore all of the content. It's going to do everything. It's going to make our menu for us. It's going to do so much for us, all the heavy lifting it's going to do. Now, I do think they're going to add an update. So there's an additional step where you can just choose specifically what you want it to restore. So if you are going through this process and there's an extra step, I'm sure it'll be self-explanatory how to move through that. So I'm going to go ahead and click on install plugins, and it's going to install whatever plugins are required. Now, this is real simple. It's just Elementor, which is going to be our page builder. We're going to learn about that in a moment. And WooCommerce, which is the e-commerce platform. Some of the various templates are going to be maybe an additional plugin or so, maybe a contact form or something like that. It might add to it. Now, it's important to note that these website designs are all like really practical and ready to go now. Like with this, you can just change that image. You can just change maybe this bit of text right here. I mean, this thing is ready to go. Okay, so now it's installed those plugins. All I have to do is click on import this site. So I'll click on that, and it's giving me this warning. Technically, you don't want to restore this site to an already existing live site. It could cause some issues. Now, this is all brand new and fresh WordPress installation, so we're not going to have any problems. So remember, I was just a moment ago telling you there might be an extra step added to this restoration process. It's to make it so you could technically add some of this to an existing website. But for us, we don't need to pay attention to that. Let's just go ahead and click on OK. It's going to go ahead. It's going to create our pages. It's going to create our menus. It's going to create all the styles. It's going to configure everything. But don't worry, because I'm going to actually show you how to change everything. And I'm going to show you how to make this exactly how you want it to look. But it is extremely powerful out of the box. And you can see it has that really nice shopping cart in the header. I mean, it's just a beautiful, beautiful web design. And it's just another moment away for it to be ready. Okay, now it says done, view site. So when I click on this button, it's going to open up a new tab, and it's going to take me to the front end of the website. And you could see your website is already looking good. All we really need to do is customize this a bit and change or put our products in ourselves and change some of these images in the background and put these different links to the different categories of products we're adding. And you are going to be off to the races. It already put together our menu. When I scroll to the very bottom, it put our footer together just like this. I mean, this is amazing how easy it was to get to this point. And you have multiple different pages right here. So there's an About Us page I can click on right here. And we have this beautiful About Us page. And you're going to learn how to fully customize every aspect of this website right now. But before we do that, let's go ahead and let me walk you through choosing a color palette, choosing a font pair, and then creating a logo. All right, so first we're going to figure out what colors that you want for your website. Now, typically you're going to want 2 or 3 colors. So your first color you're going to want to identify is going to be your primary color. And this is the color that's going to be predominantly used on your website. And this would probably be used use maybe 60% of the time or 70% of the time on your website. And the second color is going to be your accent color. So sometimes you might want the color of a headline to be a different color, and so this could be your accent color. And there's various times you might want to use an accent color, and it would be just different than your primary color. And then as an option, you could also choose a third color, which I like to call your pop color, and this would be the color that is going to be different than your primary and your accent, and it's going to be a color that would attract someone's eyes to, and you would probably use this on where you want their eyes to go. So typically like a button, right? So you would make your button this color because you want people's eyes to gravitate over to that button so they know where they need to go next. So here is a website called Colors, and that's spelled COOLORS.co, and you can go here and they've got a lot of great color palettes. So if I click on Explore, it will show you a variety of color palettes. Now, the way colors are interpreted in WordPress or pretty much anything that is design oriented is with a hex code. So every single color has a unique hex code, and this is the code you would copy and you're going to paste it in certain locations in WordPress, and that's how it's going to know the exact color that you want to use is with these various hex codes. Wow, look at this. Like every color seems to have that yellow on it. That's interesting. Look at that. I wonder what's going on there. So, for example, I can go ahead and click on, say, this color palette right here. And I would go ahead, I would click on View, and you would see the colors right now. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and click on OK. Yeah, this is new. Let me get rid of that. Okay, here we go. So here is the colors in that color palette, and you see how you have this pound sign and then these 6 characters. That is going to be your hex code, and it's going to be numbers and letters. And so if I use this code right here in WordPress in certain locations, it's going to show this exact color. And so what we need to do is get these various hex codes. I actually like this color combination. This right here with this. I bet if you used this color as your primary color, this as maybe your accent color, and then this is your pop color, it'd be a really interesting color palette. So what you would do then is you would just copy these hex codes into your clipboard, and we'll be using those momentarily. Now there are more websites than just colors. In order to find color palettes, you can go to Google and do a search for color palettes, and you can definitely see the many different websites for that. Another tool that I use, I'm using Google Chrome, and I recommend using Google Chrome if you're doing any kind of website stuff, because there's a couple neat tools in it. And the first one I want to introduce you to is right here. It is called ColorZilla. Now, if you go to Google and do a search for ColorZilla, the first result will be this right here. And what Chrome does is it allows you to add these things called extensions that allows your browser to do more stuff. So you would go ahead and click the button right here, and it will add this to your web browser. And this is what you'll see. It's right here. It's kind of hard to maybe see. If I hover over it, it says ColorZilla. When I click on it, it allows me to identify any color on a particular page. So for example, let me go back to that color palette right here. So obviously I know what the color palettes are, but say you're on a website and you really like a particular color or a shade of a color, and you thought, maybe I want to use a very similar color. So you would take ColorZilla, you would click right there, choose Pick Color from Page, and now you have this black box that showed up, and you can hover over different colors on that page, and you'll see in that black box it will identify what the hex code is. And so all you would have to do, so say I like this little blue right here, I can hover over it. There I have the blue. If I click on my mouse, now it copies the hex code into the clipboard of your computer, and you can paste that into a notepad. So this is how you can go to a website that you like, and you might like the color scheme that they've chosen, and you can use a similar color scheme or test out a similar color scheme. So I want you to go ahead and pick out a primary color and an accent color and give some consideration of the pop color that you may want to use. Now, since you're new to web building, you might want to just stick with the default colors that we restored. You might want to just use black or something like that. And then later on, as you're thinking about doing more with your website, then you can start playing around with these various colors. But it's the process of choosing different colors is what will really make your website unique to you and your brand. Next, we need to look for fonts. And so here's a great website I like. It's called fontpair.co. I love this site. So essentially, with your WordPress-based website, you're going to be able to customize the fonts. Now, the way this works is you'll typically have 2 or 3, it's kind of similar to the colors, right? You're typically going to have 2 or 3 different fonts. So you're going to have one font that will usually be for your headline, and you might also want to use that same font for your menu. And then you're going to have a body font. So that's the body of the website. You're going to have a different font for that. You can have the same font or the same font family. That's fine. But you typically have the opportunity to have 2 different fonts there. And then sometimes you might want, I actually don't have I haven't coined a cool phrase for it yet, but there's that third font. And a lot of times when you're on a website and you see a certain section of it where it might be cursive or something, and that would be a starkly different font. And that could be your third font. I guess I coined the term pop color. Maybe that's your pop font as well. So what I like about this website is it shows you all these different font combinations that work well together that are immediately going to be available in your WordPress site. And it's just a matter of choosing it from a drop down. So when I scroll down, this is what each one will typically say. It'll say the name of one font and the name of another font. So the headline here is Cabin, and the body text right here is Old Standard TT. So you'll just want to find a font combo that you like, and then remember the name, maybe write it down in a notepad because we'll be configuring WordPress with that. So here's another font combo, and you can just scroll down. This is a really classic one, Josephine Sands. That's the headline. Now, you don't have to go with how they are pairing it. You can, if you like one headline and one body font that aren't necessarily paired here, that's fine. This just gives you an opportunity to see what they look like. Montserrat, this used to be very popular, but it's lost its popularity. Right now, what's really popular, well, Merriweather is very popular, and that's for the text right here. That actually looks good. I might change my website to that. Another very popular one is this Playfair display. Let me show you if I can find that here as a headline. Let's see, I'm just scrolling down. So you get the point. You can come here and see what you like and the different things with the different fonts, how they look together. I'm not seeing Playfair. Maybe if I just did a search on the page, but you get the point. You'll want to come to a site like this and go ahead and pick out a pair of fonts that you really like. Now let me show you another way of identifying fonts that you like, and that is similar with the colors. There's another Google Chrome extension called What Font. I used to say what the font. I don't know why I always say that, but it's just called What Font, and you can go to Google and search for What Font, and it will take you here, and you can add this to Chrome, and it adds this little font option right here. So if I go back to this page, I can click on that, and what it does is now when I move my mouse cursor over any font, it tells me what it is. So it says right here, this is Montserrat, and when you click on it, it shows you the name of the font, if it's bold or normal, and then it's going to tell you the size. I don't know why it's not showing me the size right there. So let's scroll down. This one's showing me the size. So I can click right here and I can see it's the average font. That's the name of the font, and I can see the size. And this is helpful when you're on various websites and you think, man, I really like that font or that font combination. Well, you can use this web browser extension, WhatFont, and go and see what the names of these fonts are so that you can test them out on your website. So you're definitely going to want to choose a font. I think choosing a color combination and a font combination that's unique to you and your brand are the two biggest things you can do to really make your website your own and really make it stand out. So your assignment right now is to go pick out some colors and to go pick out some font pairs. Now, the best thing is none of these are set in stone. So when you're setting them up on your website, if you change your mind later, it's going to be super easy to change later as well. I know for me, I'm in the process of changing some of the fonts on my website, but it's pretty fun and it's very powerful to be able to very easily change these fonts, and I'll be showing you that here in a moment. Okay, now it's time to talk about getting a logo for your website. Now, a logo is not a requirement, but it's certainly something that is going to make your website and your brand more memorable. Now, I went to Google and I did a search for free logo, and I spent some time going through some of these websites, and actually a lot of them are really bad. They're either not really free or they're very low quality. Now, I did find one that is interesting and I do want to talk about it, and it's canva.com. You've probably already heard of Canva. So I'm going to go ahead and open this in a new tab. But before I go into Canva, I'm going to go ahead and show you some paid options for getting a logo. Now, one of the places that a lot of people go to, I actually don't like the service personally, but I do know a lot of people that have gone there for logo designs, is 99 Designs. And the way this works is you're not hiring a designer to design your logo directly. You're actually starting something called a logo design competition, where you say, here's the requirements of my logo. I'm just clicking on pricing right now. Here's the requirements of my logo. And if you are interested in making this logo, go ahead and make a design, submit your design, and out of everyone that comes up with a design, I'm going to choose a winner, and I'm going to pay that winner $2.99 for this plan, $4.99 for this plan. So essentially, the higher you guarantee you're going to pay, the more people that are going to be interested in taking a risk of their time and coming up with a design and submitting it. And you work back and forth with them to get it perfect for you. So they essentially have these three packages here. You have the $2.99, and they're saying you can expect to get 30 designs, and each plan goes back like that. They do have this money back guarantee. I would read up on it before if you're interested in this. I don't really think it's quite so simple to get your money back from one of these services. I haven't personally used 99 Designs, and I've seen plenty of people come up with some really just lousy web designs using 99 Designs, but it's worth a shot if that interests you. Another marketplace for design work is Fiverr. Now, Fiverr is also very risky. There's things you could do to minimize your risk. Essentially, if you're not familiar with Fiverr, it started out as a website where people could say, I will do this for $5. Now, it's grown way past that since then for sure. And it's a marketplace where now people can charge what they want to charge, even though it's still called the Fiverr. So when you go to Fiverr, and that's with 2 R's, Fiverr, I'm going to link to it in the video description box. You can do a search here for logo design. I think if I scroll down, it should give me an option. Oh, here it is, logo design. So, or you could just search for logo design. I actually like this. They recently added this where they can try to find the right designers that you might be interested in. So it's kind of reduced logo design into 3 different choices. So first you would choose one of these. So if you wanted a kind of a flat design, you'd click on here. Then you choose what you want to pay or what your budget is, the 5 to 25 to 30 to 100 or greater. And so this is gonna filter out the designers that don't offer design work in that price range, and you can start seeing some of the designers here. So let's choose the $30 to $100, and then the last one is the speed at which you want it. So if you need it fast in up to 3 days, go ahead and click on here. And so it's going to show you all these logo designers that are in meeting these requirements that you just set up. So you can click on any one of these. I'll just go ahead and click on this one. I'm not endorsing this person. I've never seen it before. I'm getting the pop-up to join. I don't want to join. Let me get away. Okay, there we go. So typically right here, the logo designer is going to show you some of their work. Now you have to be careful when you're looking at someone's work because there's no proof that it's someone's work, right? They could be putting any logos here and you wouldn't even know. Now, once you start getting here, you see how this pop-up came? It's like someone's review and how long ago it was reviewed, 6 days ago. This is when you actually get to see their real work. So if I scrolled across and I saw what they're actually creating for people, then you can decide if this is a designer that you want. So far, I'm not really impressed with this designer. Now let's scroll down. So typically, all of these Fiverr sellers are going to have multiple packages, and they tell you what you get in each package, and each package is going to have a different price, and they'll have a breakdown. A lot of times, it involves the source file. You're going to want this thing called the source file, and so with most designers, the first and cheapest package will not get you that source file, but the middle or the most expensive package will. And typically, the difference between the middle and the most expensive package, people are typically going to have this social media kit, which I don't think is really that necessary these days, and especially a stationary design, that's not really that necessary. Here's another big differentiator in people's different packages is how many design concepts I'll give you, 1, 2, and 4. And here is the delivery time. You want to pay attention to that. And what you want to do is you want to go with a designer that is going to say something like this: 100% satisfaction guarantee. So essentially what that means is one of two things. Either one, they're going to stick with you with all the back and forth communication in order to make sure they make the design for you that you want. Or it could mean that if you're just not happy, they'll go ahead and kick you out a refund. So I do like it when people have some kind of a satisfaction guarantee that they'll offer you a refund if they are not who they say they are. Now, here is the biggest problem that I have experienced with Fiverr. Yeah, you can get some designs kicked out, but what these people are not is they're not like branding people. So they're not sitting there because they're just grinding through these designs, right? They're not sitting there thinking, okay, let me get an understanding of the brand. Let me get an understanding of the business. Let me get an understanding of who they are and what they're doing. This is something that you don't usually get in one of these Fiverr gigs. They're just taking a word in the name or a word in what you say the description of the business is, and they're just trying to crank out a design as fast as possible. That's not to say you can't get some really nice design work done on Fiverr. I'm just saying that that has been my personal experience. And lastly, for a designer, you can see right here how many orders they have in their queue. So this designer right here has 17 orders ahead of you. So this just gives you an idea of their workload and how long you can expect to wait for your work to be done. But for me, I'll tell you, you can probably get some good results. Just make sure you know the package you're getting and go with people that have good ratings, a lot of ratings, have recent work that you kind of like their design style, people that will stand by their work and offer you a refund if you're not happy. And also communication is pretty important as well. You want someone that will understand you and understand your business. So that is Fiverr. Let me go back to Canva. Now, Canva is a web-based service for making different graphics and designs, and I was actually surprised when I went to Canva and I saw that they also have logos there, and I thought, wow, this would be a great way to get an inexpensive logo. Now, there's pros and cons with it. So for free, you can use any of these logo designs. Let me see if I can scroll down if this is the page that actually had them. So look at some of these logo designs, and you'd use these as a starting point. And I'm like, man, a lot of these are nicer than what you just saw on Fiverr, right? I mean, these are great, and these would be kind of like starting points, and they've got a lot of them. These are just a few of them. They've got tons and tons of these logos that are starting points. The only thing is, and when you want to export that logo, if you're not on a paid Canva plan, you don't get the high resolution logo that you may want. And you also, more importantly, don't get a transparent version. They want you to get this thing called Canva Pro, which actually is kind of worth it. It's, I think, like 10 bucks per month. Let me see if there's a link down here for it. I'm not seeing it. I think it's $10 per month, and they will let you have the first month for free. So technically you can go in and start designing a logo if you like it, and then maybe sign up for the Pro, and then you can cancel it before you have to pay for it. That's a thought. So let me just log in here with my account. It's free to create an account. Let me log in with my account and go ahead and show you this logo thing. Okay, so I'm logged into my account, and you can see I was already playing around with some of these logos here. So when I first log in, I see this here. It says create a design, and these are the different things that you can design. And I'm going to go ahead and click on logo right here, and it's going to open me up in a new tab. I'm just doing this to show you some of the designs. So you can see right off the bat that some of these designs here, they're actually very nice. I mean, you can get something that works just perfectly for what you're trying to do, and it's very inexpensive. It's free, or if you wanted that transparent version, you can go ahead and pay or sign up. We'll see what the cost is here in a moment. So I'm going to scroll down, and let's just choose something real quick. You can also do a search. So I'm just going to do a scroll like this and see what I can see. I'm going to see something that fits the space. Now, it's also important to note with logos, if it's going to be a wide logo, you typically don't want really tall logos. You want a more wide logo, something like this right here. It's going to usually fit better in a website header than something really tall like this. So that's another thing you definitely want to keep an eye out for. All right, so far I haven't seen something I like. Actually, this right here is pretty cool. You probably would want to change that image right there. This is actually really cool right here as well. I like the typography. This is nice. Let's just go ahead and choose one here and get started with it. So, okay, I'm going to choose a basic one, and it's this one right here. I'll go ahead and click on it, and then what it does is it places it right in here, and then you can literally change this to whatever you wanted. So I can click right here on the letter. Let me highlight it and change it to a C. There we go. And then right here I can highlight this and type crafter, just like that. So if I wanted to do that, I could. And then for this, I can go click on it, and then off to the right, I can kind of tighten that in a little bit. Or let's see, maybe I need to just move it over. There we go. It's moved. And then I can change this text to whatever tagline I may want. And then for the color, I think I can just go ahead and click this box, and you can see here's the color. And if I click on that, I can choose a different color, and then that's kind of like my green. And you can see I almost already have a really nice looking logo here. So probably one of the things I should do is come out with some kind of a longer tutorial video on using Canva. Now we have this design, and you could see how quick it was to make. Let me get rid of this Realty Group. I'm going to highlight it, and let's see, I'm going to click on it, and then here's a little trash can on the top right. And there we go. I've got a nice looking logo. I'm happy with it. So now what you would do is you go ahead and click on download. And when you change, this is the option you want, this transparent background, and you can't get it. And this is what I was saying, that you need the paid version in order to get that. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this learn more and see. Okay, so here it is. It says right here you would need to sign up for the pro version of Canva, but look at this. You get a 30-day free trial. So you could literally come in here, make a beautiful logo, and then, you know, decide to keep it or not keep it, and you don't end up paying anything. So I'm going to click on that. Okay, so here we go. This is the pricing that I wanted to see. So I guess you need a credit card, but you'll have to remember to cancel it. But I bet you don't have to call. You can cancel it in the web-based interface. So you could literally go here, sign up for the monthly $12.95. And then, you know, cancel it. If you don't see yourself continuing using it, you could still have your logo with the transparent background. And it even says right here that they will remind you 3 days before your trial ends. So this is something to think about if you want a logo and you definitely need a transparent background for it, would be to go here. So I'm just going to go ahead and download it right now. It pops this up, but there are so many beautiful logo templates in here. I think the logos templates in here are better than the actual logos that we saw a moment ago on Fiverr. And what it does is all your designs, it saves them all, and you can at any time go and change them or reuse them or do whatever you want. Okay, it downloaded. I'm closing this, but you can, it's just be fun. I like looking in here just for logo inspiration. I mean, you can get an excellent logo for a restaurant, for any kind of a local business, for a religious organization, a band. You can come in here and they've probably got a template that's almost a perfect starting point for just about anything. I mean, these are really nice designs and they've really nailed it. And so that's why when I went here and I searched for free logo and I came across Canva, which I've used before, I was really impressed that they do logos now, and probably most people aren't aware of that. So anyways, take some time and figure out what you're going to do with a logo, whether you have a designer, you already have a logo, whether you're going to go the inexpensive route and use Canva or just hire someone on Fiverr. You're definitely going to want to go ahead and have a logo created. And a lot of times the color scheme that your designer comes up with in the logo would be the colors you use on your website, or vice versa. If you're using Canva on your own and you have already chosen some colors for your color palette, you might want to use those in your logo. So this is all I have for you on creating a logo. Okay, so now we are back into the WordPress administration area right here, and now you've probably learned more than you thought you were going to learn about logos and colors and typography and all of that. And so now we can actually take what information and training you just got and actually start applying it to this website design. So earlier in the tutorial, I mentioned that you have this thing called a WordPress theme, and we happen to be using the Astra theme. And the vast majority of the settings for the Astra theme, or any theme for that matter with WordPress, is going to be found in the customizer. So what you could do is go to appearance, and then there's a customize option right here. That will jump us straight on into the customizer. However, if you are also on the front end of the website and you have this administration bar up here, you'll notice that there is a customize option here as well. So why don't you go ahead and click on that, and it will take us right on into the customizer. So this is where we're going to have the theme settings. And remember, the theme is what we use to control the header and the footer and the menus to put our logo in, choose our colors, all of those global things that have to deal with our website. They're going to be done right here in the customizer. So I'm going to walk you through them right now. So the first tab right here is going to be for site identity, and this is typically going to be your logo. So when we click on it, we see here we get two logo options. One is the normal logo size, and then there's something called a retina logo, and that would be exactly double the size of the normal logo. And what that's going to do is if someone is on your website and they're on maybe an Apple device or a laptop or a computer that has a 4K screen, much higher resolution, instead of showing this logo, it'll be a little on the blurry side because the resolution's so good. It will instead show this one right here. So I can tell you right now on my computer, I have a 4K screen. It's actually showing this logo, but shrunk down to that size, so it looks sharp and crisp. So you're going to want to put your logo in here for these two various sizes. And it's actually quite simple to change the logo. I can go ahead and click on remove, and it removes the logo. And then I will click on select logo. And then all I need to do is just drag and drop a new logo file across. So I have a file right here on my computer. I'm just going to use this for demonstration purposes. You see, I just drag and drop it across, and then I'm going to go ahead and click on select right here. Now what happens is WordPress takes you to this crop image screen. Don't look at this and think that you actually have to change the size of your logo, because you don't. You can click on skip cropping, and then it's going to go ahead and put that in there. Now the reason why we're not seeing the logo right here, and that's because like I said a moment ago, this is being displayed on my computer screen because I have a 4K screen. But if I was to remove this, then it would go ahead and show this logo right there. Now, one of the things I love about this Astra theme is we can control the size of the logo right here. So if we had it and we wanted it to be larger, we can just make it wider like this. Or if it was showing too wide and we uploaded a logo that's too large, we can just adjust the size here, just like that. And you also have control over it for mobile devices. So when you click on this, you can have a mobile specific setting for tablets and for mobile devices. Now, what you're also able to do is if you wanted to set your site title right here, you can check on this box and it will actually show the site title right there. Now, this doesn't actually look that good, but that is why we have this inline logo and site title option. So if I check this box, it's going to move the title just off to the side like that. And we could do the same thing if we entered a tagline. Typically though, when you have a logo, you would just not show any kind of text here. It would be just a logo. But if you wanted to have kind of an icon type of logo, like I have on my website where it's just the C, these settings work fantastic for that. So I'm going to go ahead and disable that right there. Also, right here, you can set what's called a favicon. So that's the little icons that will show up in someone's browser. It might be up here, or it'll be on the tabs that are just above this. You can upload an image for that or choose the same one. So I'm going to go ahead and reset the logo back to what it was. Okay, now we are back to how it was. Okay, so let's go back. And here we are. Now let's take a look at some of the layout options. And right here we have our container, and this is kind of a complicated concept to explain. This is how wide your website will look on computer monitors, so you can have it fixed. So this template is using a 1200 pixels wide. So if you wanted to squeeze more in there for wider monitors, you can adjust this setting. And you know what? I'll probably have to have a more specific video on containers that I'll link down below so that you can understand the difference. But there's a boxed layout. And so essentially your container is what's going to be underneath the header and above the footer, how much space is used here, and how it's used. So right now we have its full width from edge to edge. But we have other options. We can have it be boxed, so the content is kind of restrained. And so you have some of those options there, and you can choose this option based upon different types of content that you have. So you might want it to look a little different for a blog post, and you most certainly will. Okay, so let me go back. Now here's an interesting option, and I love that this is here. Click on primary header. And so this is your header, and the theme has several header styles for you to choose from. Now, right now we're using the most typical logo on the left, menu on the right, but you can click this option right here, which I think would be very fitting for an e-commerce website. This puts the logo on the top and the menu just below it. I really like that a lot. And if you're in a country where your websites and your writing is right to left, you might like this layout where it's right to left. I'm going to go back to right here. Actually, I'm going to leave it right here. I kind of like this for an e-commerce website. You know, just pay attention to the fact that it does take up more height, but it looks really clean. It looks really good. Now, right here, we have that shopping cart in the header, this little icon right here for the shopping cart. We're going to talk more about that in a little bit. You don't have to have that if you don't want it, though. We can change this from the shopping cart icon to nothing, and this will actually just remove that shopping cart icon. Now, I really like the shopping cart icon, so I'm going to put that back in there. I like that a lot. And you also have some options of how this will look on a mobile device. So let's go back. And you also have layout options for blog posts. You have layout options for the sidebar, the footer. Let's take a look at the footer. So when I scroll all the way down, we have that footer down here, and we have these 4 columns. So if I click on footer widgets right here, it's going to show the layout. So if I didn't actually want this at all, I can just click on disable and watch what happens. That whole footer area, poof, it completely disappears, and we're just left with this little bit here for our copyright. Although I think in this site it's good to actually have it, so I'll check that and get our footer back. Now right here is the footer bar, and that's this area right here. Now you can choose this layout. There's a couple layouts. We can get rid of it entirely. We can have it where there's information on top of each other, or it's on side by side. So right here, you can have it be anything here and anything here on the right. Right now, it's set to custom text, but you have options of having a special dedicated menu down here. That's really nice if you have a privacy policy or disclaimers or things of that nature, maybe even a sitemap, and you might want to have a special menu for the footer, and you can assign it. But right now it's just set to custom text, and you can change the text to whatever you want. If you don't want it to say this, you can just highlight it and make it say whatever you would like it to say. And that's going to be our footer bar. Okay, so let's back up again. Now here where it says WooCommerce, these are the layouts for the page with all of our products and the layout for the individual products. We're going to take a look at that when we get to that point in the tutorial. So I'm going to go ahead and back up. Now here is where we can set colors and background colors. So when we click into there, and let's first click into base colors. So we have our main theme color right here. And if you want to change any of these colors, you would just click on select color. And this is where you would put that hex code in that we talked about when we were in the tutorial and talking about choosing a color palette. So I could go ahead and choose any color, and you'll see it change right away. So if I wanted to make it, say, this green, just so it's a very noticeable color, you can see right there it started to change green. And when I hover over these, you see it changing as well. And other spots, you'll see how this color choice carries into lots of different aspects automatically for you in the theme. So you can see this sale badge right here. It's pulling actually from that color. So there's a lot of things that are going to just pull from this primary theme color. And this is why the Astra theme is so easy to get up and start using, is because it kind of configures itself with minimal information from you. So I'm going to go ahead and put that back on the default color, which I think might have been this black or something along those lines, which is fine. It's probably this one right here. So this right here is our text color, so we can change that. Let me reset that. Then we have our link hover color, and then we have our predominant background color. So you can just come here and pop your colors in very easily. So I'm going to go back, and for our footer widgets, we have the colors there as well. So when I scroll down, we can have control over the colors here, and we have the same color options, and this is the background color that you see. And the same goes for right underneath it, this footer bar. You can change the color of the background and the colors that you see there. Okay, so you have full control. You have a really good control over the colors that are used in the theme. Now let's take a look at the typography options right here. And these are going to be where you're going to put your fonts. And we saw the video about choosing a font pair. So right here where it says base typography, you can set your main font family that you chose. And there's all these different options here. But I hope that you took the time to see a font pairing that you really want and you really like. And here's the weight and the style of the font, which is capitalized, undercase, or lowercase. You can also use the font size right here. You have all these options. Now here is for the actual headlines, and you have full control over the font of the headlines that are used throughout your website. So I'm going to go back. Let's take a look at the content options. Now this is going to give you control over the font size of the various headings that you may use in your website design. And what is really nice is you have these mobile device specific options right here. That makes it so easy to make sure your website looks good on all devices. So I'm going to go back. Now you also have control over the sizes of fonts used for blog posts. And you also have it for single posts or pages. So you have all these controls, but it's not an overwhelming amount of controls. It's just enough to get you where you want to go. Now we also have default button styling. So we can click here. And so we can choose the text color, the color of the text when the mouse cursor is hovered over a button. And then we can choose the button background color and then the background color when you're hovering over a button. You can also round your buttons a bit, so you can set a border radius. On my site, I like to set this to 5, so it's just a little rounded. Right here, it's a real sharp edge. So this is going to round it just a little bit, or actually it's going to round it as much as you want. You can make it a pill shaped or anything like that. And right here, we can choose the padding of your button. I haven't talked about padding yet, but I'm going to talk about that soon. That is spacing on the inside. So there's two things called margin and padding. Margin is spacing on the outside. Padding is spacing on the inside. So the distance between these two buttons is margin, but the inside distance between the lettering and the edge of the button, that is your padding. But I'm going to talk about that a whole lot more later on in this tutorial. And that is your buttons. Now here is where we can control our menu. So right here we have our menu. I can click here on menus. Now this website has some menus already created, and you can see where they are assigned. So this area right here is called the primary menu. And when I look at these lists of menus, you can create new menus. I see right here the main menu is the name of this menu, and it's assigned to the primary menu. So if I click in it right here, I can see all of my menu options and exactly how they're ordered. And I can see these are sub-menu items of this category, and these are sub-menu items right here. You can easily rearrange anything. So if I wanted the About Us page to show in a different location in the menu, I can just drag and drop it up, and that's going to move it right next to where it says home. You see how easy it is to put your menu together. Now let me go back. I really liked where that was. If you want to add a new menu item, you can just click this plus, and here's a list of pages we have created, and we can also see a list of posts, specific products. Or when you categorize your products, you can show the different categories, which is what we are showing here. This is the category jeans. So all of your products, if you put it in a category jeans, this right here is going to show a list of those, but we're going to talk more about that later in the tutorial. I just wanted to show you the menu right here. And if you scroll down, this is how you assign the menu to a location. So you can see right here is an option to assign a menu also to the footer. So if I was to create a new page for this website, I would probably maybe want to add that to be something that's available in the menu. So I'm going to go back. Now these menus are used in a sidebar on the shop page, and we'll take a look at those later on. I just wanted to show you how to control and set up and make this menu be exactly what you want it to be. Okay, so now I want to take a look at, well, widgets we're not really using much right now. These are the footer area of the website. So when I scroll down, we have footer widget 1, 2, 3, and 4. Actually, there's our menus. I was saying these might be sidebars on the product or shop pages. They're actually down here. So I have a quick link menu, a for her, and a for him menu, and that's being assigned to these widget areas. So widget area 1 is a navigation menu named Quick Links. Now you can add additional widgets to this area. You could just click right there and you see a list of widgets. I can click on one and easily add it, or I can also remove a widget. If I didn't like this, I can do this arrow and click on remove and it will delete that widget. So these are our widget areas, and this is what makes up this footer. Now, if I wanted to change any of the options that are in this menu, I will go to the menu, which was in the settings that we just saw. So this was the for her menu. I could go back. I can go back to menus. I can click on for her, and then here it is. So if I just wanted to change the ordering, I could go like that, and you're going to see jeans was just moved up to the top. And so that's how we can get the footer to look exactly how you want it to look. Okay, so let's go ahead and back up. Now, lastly, there are some WooCommerce. This is going to be the e-commerce platform. There are some specific settings that we can go ahead and put in here. However, we're going to come back into the customizer after we've gone through the part of this tutorial where we're learning everything about the e-commerce website. And lastly, in the customizer is this. It's called additional CSS. This is where you can put little styling snippets of code. Now in this tutorial, we're not really dealing with any code, which is really nice. But from time to time, you might need to add a little bit of custom CSS. I have advanced tutorials on that. You're not going to need that for most of what you're going to do with this WordPress-based website, but this is where you would add that if you were ever asked to do it. Now, all we need to do is click on publish, and any changes we've made have now been published to the live site. So the main change we made was this right here. So let me click on the X, get out of there, and then I'll go to the front end of the website and show you that there's our new header style. So I just don't want you to be intimidated with all of the different options, because if you've noticed, Astra is very simple to work with. It's very smart in how the options are. You pick a color and it's used in various locations throughout the site. The same goes for fonts, and it gives you exactly what you need to get the job done. However, there's also a pro version of Astra that we're going to go and take a look at now. Okay, so I'm on the Astra website, and you can get there by visiting wpcrafter.com/Astra, A-S-T-R-A. It will take you straight over here. I'll also have a link in the video description box. And let's just take a look around at this pro version and kind of what you get with it. So let's first take a look at the pricing. And this is by no means saying you absolutely have to get this now, because you don't have to get this now, but it's nice to know that this is available for you when you're ready for it. If you'd like to do more with your website, if you want to support the developers, this is something that is definitely available for you. So first, let's take a look at pricing, and then I'm going to show you around the pro version. And just full disclosure, I am using the Astra theme on my website, and I'm using the professional version. So I'm going to go ahead and click on pricing. So you can see the Astra theme, what we're going through in this video tutorial, is completely free. completely free of charge. I've never come across such a high quality theme, and it also happens to be free. And as you've noticed so far, there's been no purchase required for anything. Now they also have the professional version, and it is $59. It can be used on unlimited websites. You get support and updates for a year, and then if you want support and updates after the first year, you can renew, and it's a 20% off discount. Here's a short list of some of the things that you're going to get. Actually, why don't I click on see all features? Here we go. So I'm just going to run through these, and then I'm going to try to my best to actually show them to you. So you can get a transparent header. I'm going to show you that. Sticky header, that's when you scroll down, the header will kind of stick to the top. You can get dynamic page headers. That's something I'd really need to demonstrate to you. It's very powerful. You get more color options, which is nice. You have more typography options as well. You can do something called custom layouts. I'd have to demonstrate that on a different video. I love custom layouts. This is one of those features that really sets Astra Pro far and above every other theme that I've come across. It's this custom layouts. You can have additional footer layouts. So we just looked at the footer and we saw that there was no footer, or the 4 widgets, where you can have more layout options. The scroll to top link, that is, well, you can see it right here, this little purple thing right there. And you get more options for your header, so you can build more complex layouts. You can white label it. That's usually for someone that's developing websites for someone and you don't want them to know you're using the Astra theme. You get additional blog layouts, site layouts, and here's the big one. You get WooCommerce, extra WooCommerce stuff, and I'm going to mostly demonstrate that in this video. Additional header designs, spacing controls. This is amazing. I'm using this right now, and this is very, very helpful. And the mega menu has not come out just yet. So these are what you get with the Pro version. Seeing it on a list like that isn't as good as actually seeing it in action. So here is a site built with Astra and Astra Pro, and I'm going to show you some of the, probably just the WooCommerce related features. And I think when you see it, you might understand why this is such a great value. But like I said, you don't have to jump into this right now. It can be when you're ready. So first you can see the beautiful transparent header. So there's no color background here. It just blends in with the image that's there. And then here is that sticky header. You see how I'm scrolling down and it's sticking there to the top. So that is some of the Pro features. Let's take a look at the e-commerce. So I'm going to click on shop right here. And so here's one of the features that I like. You can have this filter option. So if you're going to have lots of different products and you might want to provide filtering options, if you click on this, watch what happens. You get this nice slide out option here, side panel, and there's a filter, and you can put anything you want in this slide out option. I really like that a lot. Now you can still have filter options without Astra Pro. It would be on a sidebar that's always there taking up space. So this way you're able to actually show more products and then just show those options when someone actually needs to see them. Now there's another really nice feature on these products. When you hover over it, it has something called Quick View. So I can click on Quick View like this, and then here is the product. And now I can just go straight to adding it to the cart and check out. So when I click on Add to Cart, I can click on View Cart, but the point is it makes it easier for someone to actually get to the point of clicking on the Buy button. I really like that Quick View feature, just like that. And then do an add to cart. Speaking of add to cart, look at this. You have a more customized add to cart options here. So you can change the cart icon, and you see we're also showing the amount of the products or the amount of money that is required for the cart. So let's go ahead and take a look at a product page right here and scroll down, and you can see, does this one have the gallery? No, I don't think it does. Let me go to a product that does have the gallery in it. Okay, here we go. So you get this really nice gallery with the multiple pictures that you can have here on the side. That's another really nice feature. Let's take a look at the shopping cart. So if I go here and I click on View Cart, this area right here, which is one of those page headers that I showed you, and all of these various pages are using this thing called page headers right here, where you can do some really nice things and set the background image. Now, when you click on checkout, it's probably not going to work on the demo right here because it's not a live shopping cart. When you click on that, it also has the option of having a distraction-free checkout. That's where when someone's at the checkout page, it removes the menu items and just takes your logo and puts it right there in the middle so someone could stay focused on checking out. And that's a very unique feature that will certainly pay off in higher conversions, people actually completing their checkout. And there's also an option to have a multi-step checkout that is very good as well. So it can break out what you require or the steps required to actually check out, the putting their contact information in and then completing the actual purchase. So those are just some of the highlights of what comes with Astra Pro. You also get support. You get direct support. You can submit tickets and they will respond to you. But what you're also doing is you're supporting the developer that has made this free theme, and you're also getting something in return. So I can't recommend Astra Pro enough. I use it and I trust them with my website, which is extremely important to me, the amount of traffic that hits my website. And so anyways, if you want to check out Astra, it's wpcrafter.com/Astra. I just wanted to show you what it can do when you're ready to get it. If you're ready to get it, it's right here. It's ready for you. It's easy to add to your website when you're ready to do more with it. So now it's time to learn how to use the page builder Elementor. All right, now it is time to learn how to use Elementor, and we're going to start off from scratch, and at the end of this section of the tutorial, you're going to have a vast understanding of what a page builder is and how to use it to build what you want to build. So first, let's just figure out and talk about what Elementor is. So technically, it's a page builder for WordPress. Page builder means it's a tool that's going to allow you to easily, through an interface, build out the page of your website for each individual page. And the reason we use Elementor is because there's really no easier way to build web pages because there is no coding required. Now, prior to tools like Elementor, if you wanted to build a website, you had to know how to write all different types of code. And that just was a unique skill set that only certain people had. So you'd have to go out and hire someone to build a website for you. With a tool like Elementor, you don't have to know any code. There's no coding required to build a web page. Now, there are some best practices, and you're going to learn all of that in this video, and some concepts. You're going to learn all of that. But the point is, you don't need to have an education in coding. You don't have to have any experience in coding. You don't even really have to be a technical person in order to build a website that you're going to be thrilled to have. So there's this transition from manually coding out websites to using tools like Elementor on top of WordPress to build amazing websites. People don't really hand code anymore. They're now using tools like Elementor. Now, Elementor is going to be used to create the content that's going to be below the header of your website and above the footer of your website. That is called your container area of any web page, and you're going to use Elementor for that part of your website. So let's talk about something called page structure. So right here you see an image of what my website looks like, and we're going to go through in this tutorial how this is done and the page structure that goes into building something like this. So let's talk about what Elementor does. Essentially, it's going to allow you to create separate containers on a page. Now, just think of it like a container that might be in your house. You have this container and you can put things in that container, and you can have different container styles. You can actually put some items in a container and then take that container and then put it in another container. So when we're looking at your page and the page structure, it's simply just a series of containers. Now, the phrase that you're going to hear me say over and over again in the terminology that Elementor uses, they're called sections. So you have these section containers. Now your section container can have a unique background to it, maybe an image or a video, or maybe an image and kind of a color that kind of blends over it called a gradient, maybe just a solid color. These are called backgrounds that you can add to this section container. And then this section container is going to have different spacing called margins and padding. And you're going to hear me talk about that a lot. Margin is the space outside of a container. Padding is the space inside of the container. It's very simple if you just think of it on those terms. Margin is the outside space. Padding is the inside space. A big part of web design is spacing everything that you have on your web page. Margin and padding, you're going to come to understand that very good. Now, your section can have columns in it. And so it can be 1 column or 2 column or 3 columns. You can have any number of columns inside the section container. However, a column is kind of a container in its own, and it can have its own unique background, and it can have its own unique margins and paddings. So if you had a section container and it had a solid black background, and then you had 2 column containers in there, and the column 1, you wanted it to be a green background, and the second column, you wanted it to be a purple background. Columns can have their own backgrounds, margin and padding the spacing. Then there's the items that you put into these containers, and those I refer to as modules or elements or widgets. You're going to really hear those 3 terms used interchangeably. So if I say you're going to put this module in, or this element in, or this widget in, you're going to hear them, those 3 phrases. They're typically referring to these things called modules. So there's like a headline module, there's a text box module, there's an image module, there's a video module, there's all these different things. They're modules, elements, widgets. Use all those words interchangeably when we're looking at Elementor. So now let's go back and look at my website, my web page again that I showed you a moment ago. Let's take a look at it again, but keeping this concept in mind of containers, sections, columns, modules, and all of that. So here is the first part of my website, and this right here is what? It's the header. Now, Elementor right now is not used to create headers. Of course, in the future, they're going to open up that functionality, but today your header is best created with your theme. Remember how I said earlier in this part of the tutorial that Elementor, you use it for the container, and that's all the content underneath your header and above your footer. So this right here is my header, and it's done with my theme. Let's look at the next part. This is a container. It's its own separate container, and you can see some of the properties of this section container, or it has a white background. It's a kind of a basic container. Now, when you look at this container, how many columns does it look like it has in it? It has 2, right? On the right side, you see a picture of me. On the left side, you see some text and some icons. Those are separate column containers. And now let's figure out what modules are actually in these column containers. On the right, you have an image, and it's just an image of me. On the left, you have some text and some icons. So you can start to look at this page of mine and start identifying the separate sections and what is going into building this page. So let's take a look at the next one, and this is a separate section, and it has a green background, and the element that I have in here, remember I say modules, elements, widgets, I'm going to use all three phrases, they all mean the same thing. All I have is a headline in there. Let's look at the next one. This is a separate section, and this one actually it contains my social media icons. One container, the section, one column, and it has the social media icons in it. And the last part from the screenshot is this section as well. And it has 3 columns here, and you can see some differences. Each column, part of it is an image, some text, and it has a white background. You see that there? There's this white background. And so this is another section on my website. So let's take these concepts for a moment. We'll get out of the presentation and we'll actually start working with Elementor right now. And I think all of this is just going to start coming together and make complete and total sense. So here I have just a demo website that already has some Elementor pages built with it. So when you first install Elementor, it's going to, and activate it, it's going to add some options right here, an option panel. So these are the back end setting options for Elementor. Now, obviously, when we're inside of a page, there's different settings there. So these are more administrative. So I'm going to go ahead and click right here, and you have these options. You have library. So I'm going to show you in a moment how you are able to save these section containers, and you can save them here, or entire pages that you've built. You can save them into this library, and it will make it very easy to reuse it on other parts of your website. You can also export and import section templates or full page templates. But let's go ahead here and take a look at the settings panel. Now right here is the options of the areas of WordPress where we're able to have Elementor work, and that is by default pages and posts right here. The more you add to your website and it creates different content types, there might be additional options here. Now, here are some restrictions on user roles. This goes into WordPress and the user account system. If you just have one login to your website, then you don't need to bother with this setting right here. But if you have a website with multiple different user types logging in, you have some control over who can use Elementor on your website. Next right here is to disable default colors and fonts. So if you enable this, colors will be pulled from your WordPress theme. And if you disable this, the fonts will be pulled from your WordPress theme. Now you can do that. Some people really prefer to do that, and there's some reasons why that is actually a helpful thing. It makes it easier if you want to change colors in the future, or if you want to change fonts in the future. I will say though that even on my website that I'm extensively using Elementor on, I don't have these checked, but these are some people's preferences. Okay, so then we have these tabs up here still in this settings option. Let's go ahead and click on style and see some of these style options. So here we can set our generic font. I never use that option right there. Here is the content width, and it's set to 1200. So this is going to be how wide the content area is on your website. This would go in line with your theme and your themes setting. This is interesting. I would recommend leaving this, and this is going to be the spacing between widgets. So we talked about containers, and they have these widgets, elements, modules in it. This is how much spacing will be between them. You could set this to 0 if you wanted to manually enter that in, or just leave it here at 20. Now, the next two options really have to do with your theme and integrating this with your theme. Most people will not need to change anything here, but if you're using a theme with Elementor that doesn't support Elementor, you might need to set these so that you can get it to work properly. And here you have an option if you're going to use certain images where you want someone to click on it and have that image pop up. You kind of see that in a portfolio type of page or some kind of a photo collage or photo showcase where you might want images where you click on it for it to open up in a pop-up. Let's take a look at some of our advanced settings right here. here. Now, you're pretty much not going to ever need to go to these settings, but right here, we're going to leave the CSS print method to external file. Now, this is something that's good to know. It says switch editor loader method. Some web hosts may have trouble loading Elementor. In that case, you can come in here and enable this option right here. I haven't been in a situation where I have needed to enable it, but this option is here for a reason. And it's good just to know that it is there if you're having trouble getting into the Elementor editor. So now let's go ahead and click on Tools, and we're going to see some tools here that it's good to be aware of. So first, this one right here, regenerate files. This is if you're looking at the front end of your website and you just created a page with Elementor and something's just not looking right. You can come in here and just as a troubleshooting measure, click right here where it says regenerate files. Now, Elementor has a template library and it will automatically sync, but there's also this manual option to click on this button to initiate a sync. So what happens is they will release new templates for free and also in the pro version in this library. And you might want to, or maybe you're in a situation where something new is not showing and you can force it to sync. Next, let's click on Replace URL. This is very useful if you are building a website and at some point you need to migrate it to a different domain name, or if you started using your website without using an SSL certificate and then you wanted to switch to using an SSL certificate. This will update the URL for you. Just put the old one, put the new one, and then click on Replace URL. Whatever you do, make sure you have a backup before you do it because it's not so easy to switch back if there's a problem. Next is version control. Now, what happens with WordPress plugins like Elementor is from time to time, well, with Elementor, it's pretty regularly, they release updates. And so they'll push out a new version. If you happen to have any problems with a new version that is released, you can come here, click this button, and it will just revert you back to the prior version. And this is good to know if you're ever in a pinch and you're wondering if an update caused a problem for you. Right here, and I probably wouldn't recommend this depending on your skill level, but this might be good if you have a testing setup, but this will enable beta releases to be delivered to you as an update. So you can leave it on disabled. Now for me, I like it enabled because I want to test future versions. Obviously, for what I do, it's a good idea for me, but it might not be a good idea for you. Next is one of my favorite features of Elementor. I'm surprised they kind of bury it in here, this maintenance mode right here. Now this is really cool. So if you're building a website and you want to have a under construction or a maintenance mode type of notification up and people won't be able to see your website, well, Elementor makes it super easy to do this. So right here, you can choose whether you want it to be coming soon or maintenance, and then you can choose who can access it. So if it's logged in, that means you can access it when you actually log into your website. And then right here, you can choose a template. And so that would be in the My Library. So essentially, you could go to the library, create a new page, save it, and then it would appear in this list here. This is how you can put your website in maintenance mode so no one can see what you're doing. All they'll see is that page that you create or you select right here. And also there is some Elementor templates for a coming soon page. I really love this feature right here. It's one of my favorite things with Elementor and it's very unique. So last is the system info right here, and this is just some stats from your web hosting environment. So if you're having a problem and you reach out to Elementor for support, they might ask you for this system info, and here it is right there. So here's a version of this report that is very easy to copy and paste and send to them. So these are the back-end settings for Elementor. Let's go ahead and now take a look at the Elementor interface. So what we can do, let me click on pages first. So here are some existing pages on this website. I put this together just because I thought it would be perfect for kind of getting an idea of how Elementor works. And this is a perfect website page to do that with. So here's some existing pages, but if you wanted to start fresh, you would just click on Add New. You would give your page a name and then click on Publish. And then right here, you'll be able to click on Edit with Elementor, and it will take you right on into the page building experience. But what we're going to do is we're going to look at an existing page and just kind of deconstruct how it was built and start applying these concepts of containers called sections, and they have unique properties like background colors, videos, and what you can place inside of them. So I'm going to click on this page right here. And since it's already been set up with Elementor, now it says Edit with Elementor. I'm going to click on this and it's going to open up the loader, and just in a second or two, it's going to take me right on in. Okay, so right here is the header, and remember the header is not built with your page builder. It's not built with Elementor. It's actually from your theme, so I can't actually edit anything in the header, but everything underneath the header, which starts right here, and everything above the footer. So when I scroll down, this is the footer. I can't edit anything in here, but I can edit from here on up. So that is the container area of the website where we can have sections and columns, and we can drag and drop these elements. Now, before I deconstruct everything here on the right, let's take a look at some of these settings and options we have available to us in the editing experience. So right here, we're looking at a list of the elements that we can drag and drop in here, and you can scroll down. Now, if you have any Elementor add-on packages, it may add additional elements. If you have Elementor Pro, it's going to add some additional elements and settings. You can always get to this part of the interface by clicking on this keypad dial looking thing right here, this box. It'll always take you back here. And to make it easy to find different widgets that you want, you can just enter it in the search box here, because you're going to find that there's certain ones that you just tend to use all the time. Now, this global tab right here, when I click on it, this is a feature that is in Elementor Pro where it allows you to save something. Say, for example, this, I can just save this and use it on other parts of the website. Let me go back to Elements. So now let's click on the hamburger icon. This is called the hamburger icon. Go ahead and click on that, and this is going to take us to the Elementor settings that we have when we're in the editing experience. So the first three options are really convenience features. So let's first click on default colors. This is going to allow you to choose default colors that are going to be used by default when you drag a module or element in here. So there's certain ones where it might have a headline and it's automatically going to pull this primary color in, or secondary, any text, it'll pull this color and your accent color. So you can actually set these to your color palette quite easily. So if I clicked right here where the blue is, I can go ahead and paste in a color code and then save it. And now what will happen is anything set to the primary color will be all linked to this color, and you can change it at a later point. This is actually very useful to come in here and set your color palette up. Here's some ones that they recommend or suggest, but you're probably just going to want to use your color palette. I'll show you what I mean with that actually right now. So let me go ahead and click on the dial pad right here, and I'm going to drag and drop a heading in, let's say right there. And what color is it using? That primary color right there. And the same thing goes for other widgets that we have here. I know, for example, the icon box, I believe, is the same thing. I'll put that underneath my heading, and you see it has that primary color. So if I go back, I'll click on the hamburger icon, click back on default colors. Now I'm clicking on my primary color and say I wanted to make that white. You see how that works? And this is your primary color. So let me just clear that out. Let me go back to the default one like that. Or here's a reset option. So you'll want to go ahead and set those and then click on the apply button right here. So now I'm going to go back by clicking on the hamburger icon, and the same applies to fonts. So when we click on here, we can set our primary headline, secondary headline, body text font, and our accent text. So on any of these, you can click on it and it will reveal the options, and you can choose your font through this long list right here, and you can choose the thickness, or better known as the weight. And you can do that for all of these 4 fonts, and it's the same concept. This is the heading font right here. If I changed this right here, it would change right there. This is smart because if you have everything linked to these default settings here, if you ever change your mind, you can easily go here and change a color, or you can go here and change a font. That's what's very nice about this. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to click on the hamburger icon. Now, the color picker is similar. So any element that has a color to it, you get to choose your color, and there's some default color options that are shown. And these are those default colors. So for example, here's this green. Let me click on it, and I'm going to choose, let's just change it to some kind of purple like that. Okay, so now it was green and now it is purple. Now let me show you how that's used. I'm going to click on apply, and now I'm going to click on this headline right here, and the color option for this is underneath this style option right here. So I'm going to click on that. Here's the text color, and so here's a color picker. Watch what happens when I click on it. We have the color palette, and you see that last color, there it is. It was that purple that I selected. So let me get back to that. I'm going to click on the hamburger icon, click on color panel or color picker, and there it is. So you can have your colors in here, and it's just going to make it so much more convenient when you're changing colors on your website. So when I go back, you see these are going to be your default colors, but these are going to be the colors that are available in the color picker. Now here we have just some settings specific to this page. Now here we have some settings that we already saw when we were in the back end of Elementor, but they're also available here. So right here on global settings, remember the style, the font, the spacing, the widget space, and all of that. And right here is another option that we saw for the image light box, and we can choose different colors for that. Let me go back there. And then this, and you can see it with this icon, this, when you actually click it, it will take you back into the back end of WordPress, into those Elementor settings. And of course, here is the option to exit altogether from the page building interface. Okay, so let's click on the number pad here, and we're back to our elements, and let's look at these options that we have down here. So right here we can go and see the settings that are specific to just this page. So let's go ahead and click on that, and right here is the title of the page, and right here is the template. Now there's something that Elementor has for creating landing pages. It's called the Elementor Canvas. And when you put a page in Elementor Canvas mode, it completely removes all of the theme generated elements, such as your header and footer. So you see I have the header, and down below I have the footer. If I click on Elementor Canvas, you're going to see them completely vanish, and all I'm left with is my page. And when I scroll down, you can see that footer is no longer there. So that is Elementor Canvas. It's actually fantastic for creating landing pages where you want to eliminate any distracting elements like a menu navigation. So that's where that comes in handy. And also you can have the status or access to the status of this page or post. And this one is published, but I could put it in draft mode if I want it private and I don't want it to be available publicly yet. And then we have this delete button here. I'm glad that it lights up in red, because if I was to click on this, it's going to delete all the content on this page. So it's sort of a reset button. Okay, so I'll click on the number. Okay, so I'll click on the dial pad here, get back to my elements. Next, we have the responsive mode options. This is got to be one of my favorite features with Elementor. This is obviously what it's going to look like on a desktop, but if I click right here, I can see what it will look like on a tablet, and I can start changing things. So if I wanted to make this font smaller, I can click on it and I can change it just for people that are viewing it on this device. And there's lots of controls throughout Elementor like this. So we see right here, we have this alignment option. This is mobile specific, so I can make it have a different alignment for a tablet or for a mobile device. So now let's see what the mobile preview looks like, and there it is. So there's things, remember I was talking about spacing, there's margin and padding. Margin is the space outside of your container. Padding is the space inside the container. Well, you're going to be able to tweak those based upon the device so that you can make sure you get pixel perfect website designs for all device types. Okay, I'm going to go back into my desktop view now, and let's shrink that. Next, we have our history, and this is a fabulous feature with Elementor is it retains a history of several things. So every time you click on this update button, it's going to save that as a revision. And also, when you're making changes live in a page, it's going to save each one of those, and it's going to allow you to just do a quick undo or a quick rollback from just what you changed. So let's go ahead and click on that and take a look. So we have the actions and the revisions. Remember, the revision is each time you click on the update button. Now, when I go here, you can see I have two different revisions right here. I can actually click on a different revision and it will go back to how this looked at that time. And then you can jump forward. You can also delete revisions. There's an X there to delete revisions. Let's go back to actions. So these are actions that have happened since I last saved. So I can go back on these as well. And you saw what I added was this icon box and I added this headline. But if I wanted to go back, say to when I just added the headline, I can click right here. And what happened was it got rid of the icon box. And I can go back even more. Now, what's really nice about Elementor is there are keyboard shortcuts. Just like when you're in your word processor or email program or anywhere on your computer, Elementor also has keyboard shortcuts, so you don't have to go into here each time. So I can even go back to when my editing started by clicking right here, and now I am all back to normal. Now the next icon here is the eye, and this is really just the preview button. Now there's two ways to preview it. You can click on this. It's going to get you completely out of the Elementor interface and open it in a new tab. Let me do that now. So it opened up a new tab and it's going to show me this page in preview mode, and I'm completely out of the Elementor editor. However, there's another way that you can do it, and that's with clicking right here, this little tab. When I click on it, it makes the Elementor interface disappear, and I'm in it in a preview type of mode as well. I guess the purest way of previewing it would be to click on the eye. However, and there's also a keyboard shortcut to make this show or hide as well that is available in Elementor. I hope you're seeing how amazing Elementor is and full featured this page builder is, and it's amazing that it is free. And then lastly, we have this update button here, and this is going to save all the changes that you've made. When it's green like this, that means there are changes that are available that haven't been saved. But when I click on it, you're going to see that it's not green anymore. And that's because I now have an up-to-date save, which is really just backing up on these various actions that I did in this part of the video. Okay, so I'm going to click on the dial pad again. So now let's start talking about and kind of deconstructing this page here. So when I start hovering over items like this, you're going to see everything kind of light up in different boxes. So when you see this blue right here, this means that you're at the section container level. Now, if I click right here, watch what happens. It pulls up the section settings right here. Now I'll get to these in a moment. Let's look at these other icons and what they do. This option will duplicate an entire section. This right here will give you the option of adding a section above this section. Right here, I can save a section to the Elementor library to use it over again. And then right here, I can remove a section entirely. So what I'm going to do is click on the plus right here and add a section. And there it just reveals. And I'm going to click right here where it says add new section. The first thing it asks me is what is the structure? And so this would be just 1 column or 2 column or 3 columns and so on and so forth. Now you can adjust the amount of space that each column is. So if you wanted to, if you started with say this kind of a layout and you wanted maybe the middle, you changed your mind, you wanted the middle column to be larger to go to this, it's really easy to manually do that, and I'll show you how. So what I'll do is actually, here, I'll just go ahead and start with a 2-column layout. And so now we have this section right here, we have a column right here, and we have a column right here. Now, before I get into making this section how we might want it, I want to show you what happens. I want to show you how to access the column settings. You know, when I'm hovering over this column, we have this little option panel right here. And when I click on that, it's now going to be in the column settings. You see how it says edit column? And we have a similar layout, style, and advanced options there. So I'm in the column settings, but if I click right here on the blue, I'm in the section settings. So columns and sections have separate settings. And we have this menu option right here. So right here, I can click on this to duplicate a column. I can click on this to add a column, and I can click on this to remove a column. Let's just see how easy that is. So if I want to duplicate a column, I click here, and now we have 3 columns. If I want to delete a column, I can just click on the X, and now I'm back to 2 columns. Let's do that one more time. There it is. Now I have 3. Now I can also resize my columns. You see that? I can just click on the edge and adjust the size. Now there's a more precise way in the column settings. I just wanted to show you the column container itself. Okay, so let's just go ahead and get rid of that. I'll click on X. Now what I want to do, before we look at the settings for sections and columns, I'm going to just drag and drop a headline in here. So I'm going to click on the dial pad. Here's my heading. I'm going to drag and drop it right there, and there it is. And so we have nothing here, and we have the heading here. So let's take a look at the settings for a section. So remember, your section and column settings are going to be very similar. I just clicked here, and now it says edit section. So first thing is our layout options, and then we'll have our style options. That's going to be the color of the background or an image or a video. And the advanced options, that's going to be where this margin and padding options are going to be, and some other options. So we have first some options here of the placement of the content. So essentially what this option means is the content's not going to be from edge to edge. That means the module. The background will be edge to edge, but the actual content won't be edge to edge. It'll stay within the same frame as your web page. Okay, next we have the columns gap. So right now, that's the gap between these 2 columns. I can get rid of it or go through any of these settings if I wanted to automatically add a gap between these columns. I can set a default height for the section. So right now, it's just this, the default is the amount of space it needs to hold its contents. But I can do a fit to screen, so that means this section will take up the height of the entire screen. Or I can go to a minimum height, and then I have this slider right here. So if I wanted it to be a minimum of this height, I can do that if I want. Actually, let's do something like that. And this has a mobile option as well. So on different devices, I can have it be a different minimum height. Then we have the content position. This is where the content will be positioned in the entire section. So right now it is set to middle, but I can go to bottom, and you can see the content went to the bottom. I could go to the top like that, or I can leave it in the middle. And that's how you would space your content. Oops, that was actually the column position. I'm sorry. The same concept flows into content position as well. Okay, and you can change your structure if you wanted to after the fact. Then we have our style options right here. And so we have our background, and this is the first thing we can choose. We can add a border. We can have a shape divider, which is really cool. And we could set some default typography options for this section. So if I wanted everything in this section to have the font to be white, I can set it here in one location. So let's go ahead and add a background. So right here, I can choose from classic. This is just going to be a color. Here is a gradient, so this is a blending of colors, and I can choose a background video. And now when you see these hover options like this, you're going to see this in various locations. This would change the settings beneath it when the mouse cursor is hovering over that area. It's a very neat feature. So let's go ahead and put a color in, and I can show you how that works. I'm going to click right here. And then here's a color picker. I can click right here and I can just choose the color of my choice. You see that was the same color as the font. Let's pick something different. There we go. And I have a color in there. And that's simple. So I could also put an image in. So if I clicked on that, I click on Media Library. These are just some existing pictures that are on this website right here. How about this dog right here? Let's see. Click on Insert Media. And there is our image. Now, what happens with images, if you haven't made it the size you want, there's this position option. So I think I'm going to go center bottom to get the dog in there. There we go. How about center right? Actually, no. How about middle center? There we go. Now we have the dog in there. So you always have to just pay attention to the size of the images that you upload and how it may fit. Now we have other options for how an image will display in the background. We can try playing around with the size to see if we can get that looking any better. So here's the default. Here's the auto setting. It's not making a change. Here's the cover setting, and that actually makes a really big change, and it looks a lot more like the image here in the picture. I actually kind of like the way that looks. Now, a lot of times when you use an image or a video and you try to put text on top, it's a little hard to see the text. That's why you might want to put a background overlay. This would be overlaying a color or a gradient over the image. So I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to choose a color overlay. So I can click right here, and let me go ahead and choose a dark color. And do you see how it's starting to make it easier to read the text when I do that? And I can adjust this to adjust the transparency or how strong that color comes across. And now it's making it a lot easier to read the text. And this is pretty much the same settings you're going to get for a column. Now, it's probably not going to look good in this section I'm creating right now, but we also have these shape dividers, and you can put them on the top of a section or on the bottom of a section, and it will add a shape. So let's try to add a shape to the top. Why not? So here is a list of them, and I'll just show you one or two and you'll get the point. I've made videos on this before. There's a shape divider right there, and you have all these controls to change how it looks, and you can change the height of it. If you just wanted it to be subtle, you can do all sorts of things with this. You can flip it. You can change this color right there. There's so much controls you have over this. Typically, you see people use it on the bottom, and it looks good when the section on the bottom has a solid color. So here's mountains on the bottom like that, and you can play around with it, but you can see how this is a very powerful design tool when you come into the settings here. And last I said about the typography, this is your fonts. You can set it so you can have a setting that will be applied to all the text that might be in a particular section. So for example, heading color. So if I wanted to change all the headings colors, I can just go in here and set it for the entire section. I can click right here. And in this case, I might go with a white font, and there it is. So you can see that you can set typography options for an entire container section if that is what you'd like. And that is our style options. And you're going to have a lot of these style options, or most of them, in the column setting. So now I'm going to go ahead and click on Advanced, and this is where we have margin and padding. So margin is your space outside of the container. So if I increase it on the top, it's going to push the container down because it's space on the outside. Now, padding is space on the inside, so it will stretch the inside. Let me give you an example of this. Actually, let me get rid of the shape divider really quick. So that was down here under shape dividers. It was the bottom shape divider. I'll switch that to none, and then I will go back in here. All right, so for margin and padding, you can unclick or leave this clicked. This will link the same values together. So for padding, if I start increasing it like this, you notice how they all increase. Okay, that's when they're all locked together, and you can unlock it if you wanted to, just by clicking right here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'll leave the margin locked. Okay, and see what happens when I increase it. You can see what's happening. It's the space outside of your container. So when I increase it, it adds space above and below. That is margin. Padding is different. So with padding, it is the space inside. So as I increase this, it's adding space right here. And if I increase this, it's going to add space on the bottom. And that is what padding is. And you can also control left and right padding. If I wanted to increase it, actually, this would be the left padding. Watch what happens when I do this. It pushes that text inside like that. So spacing is a big part of web design, and it's important to understand how to use margin and padding. Margin is the space outside, padding is the space inside. And for these two controls, there's mobile options right here, so you can set it on a per device basis, and you're definitely going to want to do that. So let me lock this back up and then delete it out. Here's some entrance animation options, some technical options here with CSS, responsive options. This is really, really neat. So you have visibility options. So what this means is if I only wanted this container to show on a desktop, and not on a tablet or a mobile, I can just click here, and now this will only show on a desktop. I use this a lot. I'll create a section just for my desktop, and then I'll create one just for mobile devices. And so that's how you would go ahead and do that. And then this right here is just an advanced feature in Elementor Pro. It's actually a very good feature. I happen to use it a lot. Okay, and that's to add custom CSS here. It's a little on the technical side. So that is the section container, and here is the same thing. I'll just quickly jump through it. The same thing for columns. Now columns right here, you can set the column width. Remember, I was here adjusting it, and you see how that number is going up and down when I do that. You have full control over that number just by manually entering something in. Here's our same styling options right here, and here's our same spacing of margins and paddings, and it's the same options we found inside of the section. So we've covered a ton already. We've talked about sections and columns and elements, and here are our elements, and you would just literally drag and drop them in. Each element is going to have its own setting panel as well. So right here, this is the heading element, and when I click on it right here, there are options for the content that's in it, the style, and advanced. So you're already familiar with style and advanced. Now these options are going to change based upon the module that you're working with. Now there's also some stuff I wanted to show you here. When you're hovering over a module, you see that blue pencil in the top right? Well, when I hover over that, this gives me options to delete this module or widget right here. I can also duplicate it. And right here, I can edit, which really just brings up the settings. So if I wanted to duplicate this, I can just click like that. And then I can just drag and drop. Actually, let me go like this. Drag and drop that right there. It was very easy to do. Now, one of the nice things about Elementor is it has something called inline editing. So what that means is for the vast majority of text, you're going to have two options of modifying the text. So right here, when I click on this, you can see right here, I can edit the text. I can go right here and edit it, and it gets added here in real time. But you also have inline editing. So I can click right here and I can start typing directly here. And when I click like that, I can highlight something and I have options. I can bold, I can underline, and I can italicize. So if I wanted to bold that out, I can go like that, and now that is bold, and you can see it changes what is here. This is known as inline editing, and it's one of the great features of Elementor. So you have two ways of doing it. So this headline has these options. I can make it a hyperlink if I wanted. I could just pop something in there. I can change the size of the text right here. I can set the alignment. So if I wanted to right align, I can do that. And you have mobile options for that. And then in the style tab, we can have unique typography options here. We can have a unique color. And if I click right here where it says typography, I have options. And another thing right here is text shadow, which is really advanced and really cool. We can actually place a shadow underneath it so it's easier to read. And just by actually clicking on that, it actually added a shadow. And there's a subtle difference between the two. You can do some really neat things with this text shadow option. What's nice is you can go in here and play around with the settings and everything. And you can, if you don't like it and you change your mind, you can just click this right here and it puts it back to default. Also with Elements, we have the style of our spacing, our margin and padding just for it, and those same options here. So some of the most commonly used elements are going to be image. So you could just drag and drop that there. And then right here, you can click on delete and then click here again and choose an image, click on insert media, and there we've put a picture in. That was very easy, and you have your alignment and all of that. Another commonly used element is going to be the text editor. This is just going to be normal paragraphs of text. You can see that right there. So for this, we have the same inline editing. We have our content box here, and we have a style tab right here, and I can change the text color to what I want. If I wanted to make it white, there's my text color, and you're already familiar with a lot of these options already. And then let's go back here. We have an option to add a video. A very common element you're going to use is to add a button. Here, let me clean this up a little bit and we'll take a look at the button. This is probably one of the most powerful modules that you have. So this is how your button starts, and you can choose different styles right here. You can change your text. I think this also has inline editing. Yeah, so I can start changing the text right there. Pop your link in. You can set your alignment. You can set a default size. So if you wanted it large, now we can adjust, what's it called? What's this called here? Is it margin or padding? It is going to be padding. So we're going to change that in a moment. You can also toss an icon in there if you wanted. So let's just throw something in. Now let's jump into style, and guess what we see here? Padding. So it's all locked right now. So if I start increasing it, it just removed all of the padding, and now there's just one little pixel of padding. So you can go here and maybe set it to 10 and then unlock it, and then maybe add some more to the right and the left of the button to make it just kind of look a little better. So let's try to make it 25-25. So there you go. I usually like my buttons to be a little wider, maybe like that. You see how it's adding some additional padding to the side? There it is. Okay, let's make these the same. And you can totally have control of the button. You can control the typography right there. Button is something where you're gonna maybe want something different for the hover. So you can have control over the text in the background on the normal state and then the hover state. So for hover, I'm gonna make the text white, and then I'm going to make the background something like this, purple. So now watch what happens. I hover and the button changes just like that. And there's also some animations if you wanted it to do something when someone hovers. There it is. You see how that changed? So you have full control here. It's just getting comfortable with these style options. Here's our border radius. I told you I usually like to have 5. There is some there by default. So here it is. Let me go to 5. I think it might have been 5 by default. There it is. And we can also do some box shadow. This puts a little shadow underneath the element and it kind of lifts it off the page. And so that is the button. You're going to use the button a lot. There's dividers, spacers. You can have Google Maps. You're going to use image boxes, icon boxes, photo galleries, lists, counters, progress bars. I don't really use progress bars that much myself, but that's your progress bar right there. Here's the counter. I don't usually use counters that much either, but there's a counter. And you have full control over the style as soon as you start getting comfortable with it. We have tabs, toggles, there's all these options here. It's just a matter of jumping in and getting comfortable with it. Here's the testimonial. This is a fabulous element that is available to you. And so let me just go ahead and click right here, the X, and get rid of it. So you can see we just have a big section here with the headline. Right here we have a section and it has this color in the back. If I click here, this is just a heading. This right here is just the text editor. This right here is just a button. There are 3 columns in here. This is just a column with an image. And here's a column with an image. That's all that there is. And here's another section. And this time there's an image in the background and there's a headline. And here is another section. It's one big section. And then this part right here has these 3 columns in it to kind of showcase the services. But if I click right here, this right here is just the image module. And this right here is just the title. And that's all there is, image and title. And it's just repeating like that. And so that's why I wanted to show off this element, was because this page is because it's very nice and simple and you can see easily how this is created. So anyways, this is the Elementor interface. You can just go ahead and click on update and then you can click the hamburger icon and then you can click on exit to dashboard. Now it's important to note that Elementor is growing and they make changes from time to time. So you might jump in there when you're watching the video and maybe a button moved or an option moved, but it's usually pretty easy to go ahead and figure it out just in the situation if that does happen to you. So now let's talk about something else, okay? Now there's Elementor, but there's also Elementor Pro. Elementor Pro is $50 for a single site license, $99 for a 3-site license, and it's $199 for an unlimited license. I have an unlimited license. I actually bought it the first day it was available for sale. And what it is an add-on package for Elementor. So it doesn't replace Elementor. It just works hand in hand with Elementor. If you're interested in checking that out, just visit wpcrafter.com/Elementor and I'll have a link down below. But let's take a look at why you might want to consider Elementor Pro. And just for disclosure purposes, I use Elementor Pro on my website, wpcrafter.com. So you first are going to get some professional modules, some pro modules, and there's a whole list of them on the Elementor website when you visit wpcrafter.com/Elementor. But some of the highlights are this amazing forms module. So you can create beautiful forms, opt-in forms, forms with lots of questions. It's extremely powerful and it integrates with different autoresponder services. It's pretty impressive. When you take a look at it, it's very impressive. You have this post grid module. That's actually what I was using on my homepage, where you see the list of different blog posts and pieces of content. That's the post grid. So it's a beautiful way of displaying all the blog posts that you might have on your website. Another popular module is the slider module. A slider is what you can see sometimes on various websites you go to, right on the homepage, right underneath the header, and there'll be some content and then it will slide away and some more content will show. That's a slider. Another very popular module, and I think is one of the most powerful that they offer, is a pricing table option. And you can create some beautiful pricing tables with the Elementor Pro module. So there's obviously a lot more to Elementor Pro. There's a ton of extra modules that are extremely powerful. Now, the reason I pointed out these these four is because these four are typically separate things you would have to pay maybe $50 each for. I know there's many Forms plugins that are $100 or $200 a year. There's PostGrid plugins, slider plugins, pricing table plugins, and you get this all with Elementor Pro, and that's just some of what you get. Another thing that's really neat is you get to have global sections and elements. And so what this means is if you want to create a section and have it show on, say, all across your website, there's two ways you can do that. You can save it and manually restore it on all those pages. But the problem is what happens if you want to change something? You'll have to manually jump to all those places where you put it and change it. Now, if you have a global section, you could have one that is applied across your website. So when you want to make a change, you just have to change it in one location. I extensively use this global section and global element feature of Elementor Pro. It's very powerful. Next, you have this spot to put in custom CSS. This is a little on the technical side. I can tell you I use this all the time, and I do have a video out on adding custom CSS to Elementor. Oh, and I actually forgot to show you this was their template system. I'm going to have to jump back in there. Actually, why don't I do that right now? Because this is actually important. Let me jump back into Elementor here. Gosh, I can't believe I forgot to show you templates. Okay, so here, when you first create a page and jump into Elementor, you're going to have this add template option. So when you click on it, it's going to show you their template library. Any of these templates that have this Pro badge on it are only available in the professional version of Elementor. So there's plenty of templates here that are available that are in the free version as well. So all you have to do is click on it and then click on insert, and it literally downloads it from the cloud and puts it right inside of your website. You can see some of these Pro templates. They're very beautifully designed. They're a perfect source for inspiration, and they also serve as a great learning tool on using Elementor. This is really neat with the shape dividers. I always like how they do that. So you can literally restore one of these templates and see how they did it, and that's a good way of learning. Now when I scroll up, there's also filtering options here, so you can mark your favorites, and you can also see what's most popular and what's trending, and you can see what's new. And I will say they are consistently adding new templates to this template library. So that is the templates. And so you get those Pro templates with Elementor Pro. And next is some features that are just about to come out, and that is Elementor being able to create the header and the footer of your website. So you wouldn't have to be limited to whatever your theme offered you. You'd be able to do it in Elementor Pro, and you'll also be able to make stylish blog posts or content layouts with it. That is a little on the technical side. As soon as they launch this, I'm going to have a ton of content out on it. It should be out in the first quarter of 2018. Now, if you did want to get Elementor Pro, you can easily add it later on at any point, but I have a training course called Elementor Essentials. It takes you much deeper in training on how to get the most out of Elementor and design beautiful websites with it. I normally sell this course for $199. However, when you visit that link, wpcrafter.com/Elementor, it's going to take you to a page on my website where I'm going to show you how, if you were interested in purchasing Elementor and you did it through the link on that page, how you can get this course for free. So instead of paying $199 for access to this training course, I'll actually enroll you for free. You can follow all the instructions that you see there at wpcrafter.com/Elementor. So that is it for this Elementor tutorial. Okay, so now that you know pretty much what there is to know about Elementor, let's now try to apply that to this website template that we're working on right here. So you can see this is a section right here. There's two columns, but this column right here, it's empty. And here is the column, and we have these two buttons, and we have this information right there. And then here is a very interesting grid. So we have one column, or we have a section here with two columns. And we have a section here with 2 columns, but what we did was we manipulated the spacing of the columns and the size so that it would create this grid like you see. And then down here, we just have the 4 columns that are automatically pulling information in from our store. And then we also can, let's take an example of the About Us page. And you're going to be able to see here how it was completely built with Elementor as well. So we have this big page title here. We have this column here. Let's just actually jump into editing this with Elementor so we can dissect it. I probably should have started with the home page, but that's okay. We can always backtrack to that. So, all right. So right here's our section. You can see it. And if I clicked right here, we have our title. We can change the text here. We can change the text there. Okay. And if I wanted to see my section settings, I can click on that. I can go to style and I can see where we've got that cream color that we're seeing. We can literally just go ahead and click here and we can change this color to a different one if that's what we actually wanted. We can do that. I'm obviously not going to save this. Actually, here, let's put into practice this history. So I can go back to editing started. There we go. Isn't that good? Okay, and so here is a section, and we have 2 columns right here. This one is using the, let's see, if I click here, this has an image carousel actually, and this is how it's rotating the images. And so that is the module there. Here is a column. This column has a different background color. It has this color there, and we just have these bits of text right there. And the same goes for here. Here's that tab module. So if I click on it, this is what a tabs module looks like. So here's the first tab, second tab, and so on. If you click on it, it will show the contents of this tab just like that. And you can click on it again to collapse it. And you can do the same thing right there to see it. You can rearrange these tabs all that you wanted, or you can just get rid of it altogether if it's not your thing. You can also change the positioning. It is horizontal, but you can change that to vertical. And then here you'd have full control over the style and how that looks. And the same thing right here. We've got this section with this image in the background. And then right here we have a column, and this column has this background color, but it's slightly see-through. Let's see how they do that. I'm going to go into my column settings, and that's going to be the style. And right here is the color, but this knob right here is the transparency of it. So if I go and put this up, you won't be able to see through it all. But as I go down, you're going to see that you're now able to see through it. You have to be careful with it because you want the text to still be readable. And there we go. That is how that is done. Let me actually jump out of here, and I'm going to go to the home page. So I'm not going to save any of that. I'm going to click on Pages, and I'm going to go to my home page, and I'm going to click on Edit with Elementor. It's going to pop up, and let's see how the home page is. And it's all pretty simple with that knowledge. We've got this container right here, this section container. Here's a column, and here's an empty column. And then underneath it, we have 4 columns, and that's how they're doing the button here and the button there. And right here, we have a headline as well. When I click on it, there's our title. And this right here is, I think it's called the divider. There it is. So the divider is an option that was right here. And that's just to put lines to divide various things. You can change some things about that if you wanted. Here's that part where I said we have 2 columns here and we have 2 columns here, and they each have this interesting spacing that just alternates perfectly to make it look like a grid. And then this is a background image in the column. So if I go right here and I click on our column settings and then I click on style, you can see it is a background image for the column. And then right here we have a title. And then right here we have a button. Say you wanted the button to be off on the right, you can just click on it and then put a right alignment or a middle alignment or a left alignment. And if you wanted to change the link to have it go to a specific part of your website, you would click on it, and right here where it says link, you would just drop your link in. It's that simple. And there it is. And it's the same thing right there. And here we have a title as well. So this right here is how this website is assembled. And let's go ahead and jump out of here by clicking the hamburger icon and then click on Exit to Dashboard. and then let's click on leave. And that's pretty much it to making this template look how you want it to look. Or if you chose a different one, remember in the beginning I said you could choose any of them. If you chose a different one, you now have full control over making it look how you want it to look, or creating something entirely new now that you have this knowledge of Elementor, how there's sections and containers, and you just can visit any website now and look at it and understand how the structure is so that you can replicate it or be inspired or know how to make the website look the way that you want it to look. And that's why I wanted to teach you, or take the time to teach you, Elementor first, and then you could look at the website and start dissecting it and making this look exactly how you want it. So now that we're done with the Elementor side of things, we really need to start digging into the e-commerce features. I know this video is kind of long, but it's okay because there's hyperlinks down below. You can jump to different parts. You can pause and finish it up tomorrow. So what we're going to do now is jump into the e-commerce features of this website. So let's take a deep dive into WordPress e-commerce, and what I'm talking about is using WooCommerce, which is a plugin for WordPress that will turn your WordPress website into a full-featured e-commerce website. Now, here's the thing that I want you to know up front is that it's going to be easier than you think. For some reason, WooCommerce initially just comes across as very overwhelming. Having an e-commerce store can come across as very overwhelming and a lot to take in. But I want you to know that when you start digging into it, it's going to be a lot easier than you think to get up and running. So here's what essentially an e-commerce website and these e-commerce features really do. You're going to list products, and there's different types of products. We're going to go through that. And then you display those products on the front end of your website. Next, you sell those products and then fulfill the orders. And that is all there really is to an e-commerce web store. And that's pretty much what we're going to cover right now. So let's go ahead and take a look at the different types of products that you can have on your e-commerce website. So you can have a physical product. Obviously, that's something that you physically ship. Then you can also have a virtual product. And what that is a product where you're not necessarily delivering a download or something like that. There's nothing being shipped. This would be kind of, say, an appointment. If someone wanted to schedule an appointment with you and you sold it an appointment, that would be a virtual product. And then we have downloadable products, and this is where after someone completes their purchase, they will be given a link where they can download in a secure area the file or whatever you are offering them as a download. Now let's look at the 4 different ways of actually setting up these products in WooCommerce. So there's the simple product, and this is just a standalone product that you sell. Then you have the option of having a grouped product. So this could be kind of a product bundle. So if you have 2 or 3 items, you can bundle them together as a grouped product and sell that. Then there's also an external product. This is where you're not actually fulfilling the order. Maybe it's an affiliate link to Amazon or something like that. This would be a perfect usage of an external product. And then you have what's very common is a variable product. This is where you'll have a product and there's multiple variations. A variation could be different sizes, small, medium, large. A variation can be different colors. It can be whatever, if it's an electronic, say in their storage, it could be 32 gigabytes or 64 gigabytes. So this is very common. It's called a variable product. And this is where someone will land on the one product page and then they will choose the variation that they want. And you're going to be able to set up whatever variables for a product that you need to do. So you don't have to create them all as separate, simple products. Then once you have all your products set up in your website, then what we're going to do is control what's called the product category, and this is also called your shop page. So this will be the page on your website that you are displaying all of these products in a grid. Maybe there's filters where people can filter it by price, and they can just click on the product that they're interested in. And for each product that you have in your store, you can set the visibility options. You have full control over the visibility if you want that product to show in the shop page. And that's how basic having an e-commerce website is. Now, what can be a little overwhelming because it's different for everybody in different situations is two things. The first one is taxation and how do you tax products. Now, the issue with taxation is it's different depending on your country or your state or your location. It's going to be different. So you're going to actually have to find out how taxation needs to work. But there are several different types of taxation. You have full control over it in WooCommerce. So one of the main options is origin-based taxation. That is going to be the taxes are based upon where you're shipping the products from or where the product is being sold from. This is origin-based taxation. This is actually how Amazon used to tax, Amazon.com in the United States. They used to do it origin-based. So if you were not in the state where Amazon was, you were not having to pay sales taxes. And that went on for a long time until laws were changed. The other way of taxation is shipping-based. Now, the challenge with shipping-based, that means I'm going to charge taxes based upon where the product is being shipped to. That can actually get very complicated to manage because there are so many different locations. They all have different tax rates. It's actually kind of complicated. So this is where some of the challenges come into play with having an e-commerce store, and this is managing and dealing with the taxation. Now, there are services that will automatically manage all those tax rates for you, so it makes sure that you're charging the correct tax rate. However, you're going to have to do a little bit of the heavy lifting to find out how you're supposed to charge taxes based upon where you are. And then there are what's called tax classes. These are categories you could put products into. So there's standard, and that's typically what you're going to leave for most of your products. But then there's a reduced tax class and a zero tax class. Now, I think this word classes is quite confusing. We are going to see it in taxation. We're also going to see it in shipping. These tax classes, why don't you just think instead of classes, think of categories. So a product can be standard taxation, reduced taxation, or zero taxation. And these are things that you actually set up on each product. So we're going to take a look at taxation in WooCommerce, and I'm also going to give you some resources to make sure you have that all dialed in. Next, the big thing that can be a little complicated happens to be shipping. And that is basically how are you going to charge the right amount for shipping depending on how you're choosing to ship. So you can maybe just include free shipping, and this actually wouldn't be overwhelming at all if you included free shipping, or maybe you would have flat rate shipping, and then this is very easy. Or if you want to charge accurate shipping based upon what you're going to actually have to pay for the shipping and then pass that off to the purchaser of the products, you're going to need to learn about table rate shipping. And this is the same thing where you create complex rules to make sure you're charging the right amount everywhere you would ship to based upon the carrier that you're using for shipping. And then like we had tax classes, there's also shipping classes or categories. So you can charge different shipping on different products. And then, so what you would do is you would create these shipping, I like the word categories, I don't like the word classes. So you can create these shipping categories. And so maybe a category is free shipping, maybe another one is flat rate shipping. And so you can create these and assign these, just like with the taxation, you can assign it on a product by product basis. So obviously, if you want to make this whole process easier, you will maybe just do flat rate shipping, or maybe just include shipping into the cost of sending the product or selling the product. Free shipping. That's an easy way to do it, but WooCommerce is designed to meet any e-commerce web store's needs. But I don't want you to get overwhelmed by the taxation and the shipping. I know it can seem overwhelming, but what's most important is that you get started building your website, filling out the products, getting it all set up, and then you sort through that. You will sort through that and figure that out. Don't let that be a roadblock for you. But you are going to have to spend some time figuring out your situation. It's impossible to cover all these situations here in a tutorial video. So let's go ahead and jump back into our website, and we will start digging into WooCommerce. So first I'm going to go through the settings of WooCommerce. And then I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the products, and then we'll set the way that they'll look on the front end of your website. So when you install and activate WooCommerce, you're going to have these two options here, or these two menu items. You're going to have WooCommerce itself. This is where you're going to find your orders. You can create coupons. You're going to see reports. Your settings are going to be there. And then right here is your products, and this is where you're basically going to load up and categorize all your products. And that's pretty much all there is to it. So let's go ahead and on WooCommerce, go ahead and click on settings, and we'll walk through some of the settings in WooCommerce. Now, each of the settings panels are going to be in these tabs. And when you're in a tab, like for instance, if I click on products, you're going to have sub menu items right here. This might not be so obvious. So let's click back on general and start going through these settings and start talking about them. So this general tab is where we're going to set up information about your store. This is where you're going to put the address of your store. You're going to load in your state or country, and you're going to go down here and you're going to set where you actually sell to. So you can limit your store to only selling to your country or certain countries. And then right here is where you can enable taxation and tax calculations. And then what's very important is to set your currency options. So I'm going to go ahead and start filling this out for me right now. Okay, so I filled out my address. I limited it to just selling in the United States and also shipping only to the United States. And I changed the currency. I set it to the US dollar. I'll go ahead and click on Save Changes. And now let's go ahead and click on the Products tab and take a look at some of the options that we have here. So this is that tab where we have the multiple sub options right here. I just want to point that out so you don't miss those. All right, so here we are. So this is where you're going to tell WooCommerce which page on your website is going to be that shop page where you list all of your products out. Then we have some options here when someone clicks the Add to Cart button, and we can choose to, if someone clicks on it, to immediately take them to the shopping cart if you wanted to do that. Here you can set in some measurements for your products. And then here you can decide whether or not you want to enable reviews on your products and product ratings. Let's scroll back up here and then click on inventory. Now with WooCommerce, you can actually have it manage the stock of your products. And so here's the option in order to enable stock management. And then here is where you can decide how it will manage and hold the various products, how it's going to notify you if you're low on stock on particular products, and then how to define if you're low or not on stock of certain products. So you have these thresholds that you can set here and these notifications, and then you can decide how to deal with a product that is out of stock. You can just decide to hide it if you want from the catalog. And then right here, you can choose how and even if you want to display display that quantity. So this is probably not good if you have large numbers of quantity in stock, but it is very good when you're running low to induce scarcity in whoever's shopping on your site. So you can choose to never show, or you can have it show just when it's low quantity, or you can have it always show. I kind of like this showing only when it's in low quantity myself, but that's going to be completely up to you. Now here is the options for downloadable products. So if you don't have any downloadable products that you're offering on your shop, then this option will not be for you. Now here are the options. There's the file download method. I would just go ahead and leave that as is, but then the access restrictions are quite interesting. You might want to check here where downloads require a login. So someone actually has to be logged into your website in order to actually do the download. This would probably prevent people from sharing a download link if you required that someone be logged into the website in order to start the download. And then right here is an option for you to decide when you want to grant someone access to a download. By default with WooCommerce, when someone places an order, it goes into processing, and then you would manually go in there and complete an order. Now there is a little add-on extension that can automate that for downloadable products, but right here with this box checked, it will grant download access when it hits processing, and that way the person that purchases the download doesn't have to wait for you to come along and mark their order complete. Now let's take a look at the shipping tab. So right here we have the various shipping options, which is shipping zones, shipping options, and shipping classes. Now, a shipping zone is actually perfectly explained right here. It's a geographical region where a certain set of shipping methods and rates apply. So the way we actually see this in normal life is when someone puts in the shipping address, there's only certain options that are available to them. So you can have a local zone. So if someone's in a particular area near you, you can have a local pickup option available for them. It's based upon their address. And another example is if you wanted for example, a zone just for an entire country, you can do that and charge a flat rate shipping to that group when you're shipping to that location. And then another example would be to have an entire zone for a continent like Europe and charge a flat rate shipping. So these are your shipping zones based upon where you're shipping. Next, let's take a look at the shipping options that are available to us. So right here, by default, this is enabled to enable the shipping calculator on the cart page. And then here's an option if you wanted to hide the shipping costs until an address is entered. So if that shipping cost is going to change based upon where someone is, you'll probably want this enabled. And then here are options of what you can allow someone to enter for a shipping location. So you can force it to be someone's billing address or a shipping address, or have them not have an option. So you see this a lot. I do whenever I order anything, where I enter in my billing address and then it pre-fills that out to be the shipping address. And I then would have to, if I wanted it shipped to a different location, I would just go ahead and change the address in there. But there's this also security measure right here to force shipping to the customer billing address. This would probably reduce any type of fraud if you're selling high value items, because typically when fraud occurs, someone makes a payment with someone else's payment method and there's a billing address, but then they'll ship it someplace else where they can get access to whatever was purchased. Now let's take a look at shipping classes. Now, shipping classes is an interesting concept. So essentially, this is a way for you to group different products into categories for the purpose of changing how you charge for shipping. So say you had a flat rate shipping of $10, but on certain products you may want to charge an extra $2 or something along those lines, where you would create a shipping class and we would set it up so that any product that's in that shipping class will be charged the flat rate plus this extra amount. So in this interface right here is not where we actually set up that information. This is just where we actually create the class, and then we're going to go into a different screen where we go ahead and put in what that surcharge is. So I'm going to go ahead right now and add a few shipping classes. Okay, so I've gone ahead and filled it out. I put large shoebox. And if you don't put anything here for the slug, it's just going to use an auto-generated based upon what you named the class. And then I have my description here. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Save Shipping Classes. And now I've gone ahead and created my first shipping class. So now I'm going to go back to shipping zones, and I'm going to set up a shipping zone for flat rate shipping. All you do is click on Add Shipping Zone and then fill this out. So I've entered US Domestic for the zone name, and for the region I've chose the United States, and right here I'm going to click on Add Shipping Method. And so these are the options that we get, which is flat rate, free shipping, or local pickup. And what I want is flat rate. And then I'm going to go ahead and click on Add Shipping Method like this, and it's going to go ahead and add it. So now I have my flat rate set up, and now I need to just put some information in there about the charge. So I'll click on Edit, and I get this pop-up right here. And first I will choose if the shipping cost is actually taxable. This is another situation where you have to see what the laws are in your area. Then we enter in the cost of the shipping. So for me, I'm going to put $9.95. And then right here, we see the shipping class costs. And so right here is that shipping class that we created, large shoe boxes. So what I can do is use one of these formulas. So when you hover your mouse over the question mark, right here is the option. So I can put, say I wanted to charge an extra $2 per shoe box or shoe order that someone places on top of the flat rate. I can put 2, then the asterisk, which is multiplication, and then in bracket QTY, and that's for quantity. So this is what it would look like. And there it is. So when I put a product in this category, large shoe box, so for each shoe sale, it's going to charge the flat rate plus $2 just on those items. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Save Changes, and now we've gone ahead and created this flat rate shipping option right here. And this is where you'd also want to add in a free shipping option if you wanted to do that. Now I'm going to link to this article on the WooCommerce website right here, specifically on table rate shipping, so that you can read through it if you wanted to create some more complex rules for shipping your products either around your country or around the world. There's an article here that walks you through, it's a tutorial article that walks you through table rate shipping. This would probably be a good topic for a dedicated video, table rate shipping, but this is a great tutorial right here on that. Okay, so that's going to be shipping. Let's go ahead and jump on over to our checkout right here. So we have these options right here as well underneath checkout. So the first option right here is how do you want to handle coupons. So you can not take coupons at all if you didn't want to, and just uncheck this right here. And how you want to apply those coupons if you want to calculate multiple coupons. And then right here is the checkout process. Now, this is one item where I don't think WooCommerce should have enabled by default, but they do. And that's this Enable Guest Checkout. So when you uncheck this box, this means someone has to create an account on your website in order to make an order. This is what I definitely think you should have off, but it's up to you based upon what you're selling and how you're selling it. Right here is for secure checkout. We don't have to deal with that if you have an SSL certificate. You should have your entire website on SSL. There was a time where it wasn't as much of a requirement, but you did need it when someone was actually checking out. However, nowadays you need to have an SSL certificate across your entire website. Now, right here is where you tell WooCommerce which pages on your WordPress website are your shopping cart and your checkout page, and if you wanted an optional terms and condition page. Right here, these checkout endpoints, you're going to want to leave those alone. Those are just some different slugs that's pretty technical, and there's really no reason to modify those. Now, right here's where we're going to list the order of our payment gateways, and this is if you were offering more than one ways to pay. Now, it's up to you how many ways you want to offer to pay. I do think a good rule of thumb for convenience is to offer both PayPal and Stripe. Stripe is an extension that you can add to WooCommerce, and it's very easy to integrate, and you could take direct credit card transactions on your website and also PayPal. Now, what that does is it gives your customers an option. So some people, they prefer not to use PayPal, and then there's some people that prefer to use PayPal. I know for me, I like PayPal because I find it convenient. Now, the actual options for these different methods and how to enable them on your website or not is going to be at the top. And that was what we saw right here. These are where we're going to see links for each of these payment methods. This might be a good point in the tutorial to go and add the Stripe payment gateway by going to plugins, add new, and I'm going to go ahead and open this up in a new tab. And then right here, we can just do a search for the word Stripe. When you enter in Stripe, it's going to be the first option right here. This used to cost money, but then at some point, WooCommerce made it free, which is actually good that they did that. Then just go ahead and click on install, and then we're going to go ahead and activate it. Let's click on activate right now, and now it's activated. So when I go back here, and I go ahead and do a refresh, we're going to see Stripe as an option. And there you have it. You have all the various stripes. And when I scroll down, here they all are. So what we can do, if you wanted to do the PayPal and Stripe, we can go like that. And then right here where it says credit card Stripe, we can go ahead and put that at the top. And now what we're going to do, let me actually save my changes. Then we're going to go and take a look at those options and enable them. So let's go ahead and first click on PayPal because it's right here. And what you'd want to do is just click right here to enable PayPal to begin with. Now, these are some options of how this payment's going to appear. Now, right here for PayPal email, you'd want to enter in your PayPal email address. This is not my PayPal email address. Just make sure you enter the correct PayPal email address, and you always want to test the actual payment, do a couple test payments to make sure you're actually getting the money. And then right here, you put your receiver email. You're going to want to get this PayPal identity token. When you hover over the question mark, it tells you exactly how to get this identity token so that you can pop it in here. And then right here, we have some options of the info that will get pushed to PayPal, the shipping or the billing address. And then when we scroll down here, this is what you're going to need to get. You're going to have to get this API credentials from PayPal. Now, when you hover over here, it gives you information, but here's a link that will get you all the information you need in order to get those API credentials. Now, I know very old PayPal accounts, any old PayPal account actually had access to these API credentials, but I think if you're to go create a PayPal account today, it actually needs to be a business PayPal account in order to get these API credentials. So let me go ahead and click on Save Changes. And now let's take a look at Stripe. Okay, so this is where you're going to enable Stripe by just checking right there. And you can enter in the title, how it's going to appear when someone goes to check out with Stripe. And then it's actually so simple with Stripe when you log in to get the information you need here. So first you'd want your test key and secret key. You'll put that in there, and this allows you to run tests on your payment gateway. Just make sure when you're running tests and you verify they work that you disable this test mode, because people have gone live with their e-commerce site and they forgot to take it out of test mode, and let's just say it's quite a disaster. Here's some additional information on how it's going to look on your website. Here's an interesting option. When you enable this, it wouldn't be your standard checkout for putting in your credit card. It will actually be a little pop-up that Stripe generates to collect the credit card information. The nice thing with Stripe and also PayPal, with PayPal stores the payment details, and this is, credit cards or things of that nature. Same with Stripe. If someone purchases with Stripe, that information, the credit card and all that information, you're not actually storing it on your website, so you really don't have a liability there. And then right here you have some additional options for how Stripe will look on your website. It is so easy to get Stripe working with your website. So that's going to be our checkout and payment option. Let's go ahead and click on accounts. So this is where you're going to tell WooCommerce which page on your website is the account page for your customers. So when your customers log into your website, or they can click on My Account, and what happens is they'll have to log in. They could see some information like recent orders and things of that nature. And so this is going to tell WooCommerce which page on your WordPress website is for that. You can obviously click right here and change it to a different page if you didn't want it to be this one. And so these next options are going to be about how these accounts get created. So right here, this checkbox is telling WooCommerce to create the account when someone checks out, but you can also have open registrations on your My Account page. I wouldn't recommend that because it could attract spammers, just automated bots creating accounts. And then right here is some more options regarding logging in. Here's what happens and how an account is actually created. With this checkbox, you're telling WooCommerce to automatically generate a username from the customer email. I definitely recommend that. And it's probably a good idea to let your customers generate their own passwords. Or if you wanted to check this box where WooCommerce will generate that password for them. Here's some more account endpoints. You can just leave those as they are. That's what I recommend. And click on Save. Now accounts, what you notice, it doesn't have any sub options, which is nice. Now let's take a look at emails. Now WooCommerce is going to send various emails for various things. New order, canceled order, failed order. There's all of these different emails that get sent out. Now you can customize these, but before we do that, let's scroll down and look at some of the actual bigger options. So here we go. Email sender options. So this is going to be the from name, the from email address. So you might want to put your store name here and your store's email address here, or the one that you want people to be able to respond to. And then right here, you can add a URL to an image, and this would actually show in the header of these emails that go out. And then right here, you could put some text in that will be in the footer of the email that goes out. Right here, you can change the colors to your brand's colors. So you would want to probably, for the base color, not have it be the WooCommerce purple, whatever your brand's colors is. And then here's the background color, the background of the body where the text is, and then the color of the actual text. So this would probably be the main color that you're tweaking right here. And then you'll want to save those options. So on these emails right here, well, obviously on these first three, you want to make sure it has the right email address that you want. So these are going to be notifications to the store owner. These emails here are going to be going out to the customer. So on any of these, you can go ahead and click on configure, and it's going to bring you to those options. So you can enable or disable. If you don't want to be notified of new orders, you don't have to. You can uncheck this. Make sure your email is there or wherever you want these notifications to go. And this is what the subject line is going to be. It's automatically going to pull information in from the actual order. And then here is the email type. It's going to be an HTML-based email, and that's required for it to look good. If you wanted to change anything, and I probably don't recommend doing that, but if you did, you would go ahead and click click on View Template. To look good, I would recommend leaving this on HTML, but you could change it to plain text if you want, but you'll want to leave that on HTML. And there is like a template file with all kinds of code that you're not going to want to edit. But if you did need to, there's some instructions here of how you can override it. Even if you clicked on View Template, that's just not going to make much sense to most people anyway. So let me click on here to get out of this email and get back to our screen. So you're going to want to go in there and make sure you have your recipients in there right. Customer, these are obviously emails that are going to go out to the customer. These shouldn't require much tweaking at all. And then there's some technical things here with the API. You'll just leave these default, but we have these options right here. Now let's take a look at some of the products, and that's really where you're going to spend your time doing most of your setup work, is adding products to WooCommerce. So I'm going to go ahead and click on all products here. The website that we're working with has some in here, so we can kind of get an idea of how these products were added so that we can get comfortable adding them ourselves. So first, let's take a look at this product on the front end of the website. I'm going to click on View and open this up in a new tab right here. And so here's how our product looks. Now we're going to set up products and get that process down. And then we're going to go in and I'm going to show you how to change the way this actually looks on the front end. So here's our product image. Here is our title. Here is our description, bit of text. This is saying it's out of stock, but we can change that very easy. Here's the SKU number. You don't actually have to show that if you don't use SKUs. Here's the category of the product. And then here is a different picture of it right here that someone can click on. And when you scroll down, here is a description. And you can see we're showing additional information and reviews in these tabs like this. So let's go ahead and now click on Edit Product so we can see what this looks like in WordPress. So this first bit of paragraph text is actually what showed underneath the product image. But right here is where everything pretty much happens with Woo creating products, and it's going to be all mainly in this box right here. So here's where we see our different product types: simple, grouped, external or affiliate, and variable. So when I click on simple, then we get our options here for a virtual product or a downloadable product. Now when you click on these tabbed options here, they can tend to change. So if I click on downloadable right here, you notice how we have new options here. And this is actually just pointing to those downloadable files and setting some limits and some expirations on it. And so we can uncheck that. And then virtual, it tightens this up a bit and removes some options, which was mainly shipping option. And then we have our simple product. So right here, we can enter in a price and a sales price if we wanted. And you can even schedule a sale on a particular product. So I'm going to go ahead and enter some values. I've entered in $39.99 and $29.99, so it will be on sale. And then you can click on the inventory tab, and this is where you can put a SKU number in if you wanted to, and you can set the stock status. Now right here is if you wanted to enable stock management on this particular product. And then right here you have some fail safes. If you have a particular product where you don't want to allow someone to order more than one, this right here is the option for you. You usually want that with digital downloads. You don't want someone to accidentally purchase two when they would only need one, and then they would have to come back to you and ask you for a refund. That's when I've used this right here the most. Then we can go ahead and click on shipping right here. And this is where we can put in some criteria for the product like weight and dimensions, and also choose a shipping class. Now we saw earlier when I created the shipping class large shoebox, and that would add $2 to the shipping cost. And that's what I've gone ahead and selected right here. Now you can also link this product, or you can link products together as upsells and cross-sells. So what happens is an upsell is when someone's checking out and they're in the shopping cart, they'll be presented with upsells are going to be shown to someone when they're actually on the product page. So someone's looking at one product and you're showing another product, which would be an upsell. The intention is for them to purchase an upsell instead of the product that they're on. That's what the upsell is. Now, a cross-sell is product that would go along with a product. So for a cross-sell, these only show when someone's actually in the shopping cart and they've already taken a product and they've put it in their cart, then it's going to display these cross sells. So cross sells are good for maybe having a product be shown to a customer that they may need and they're not thinking about it. You see this a lot of times in electronics. So for example, I was purchasing a particular what's called a capture card, but what do I need with that? Well, I need the correct cables to go along with the capture card. So when I'm checking out, that would be good to show me the various cables that I may need so I can click a button and easily add that to the cart. So I can click in here and do a search for another product that's already in my e-commerce store, and I can add it as an upsell or a cross sell. Next, we have product attributes, and this is part of the product variations. So an example of an attribute would be size, small, medium, large, or an example would be color in the various colors of your products. You can go ahead right here and add a new custom attribute, or in the drop down, we already have one available and it's right here named size. So when that's clicked on, you can click on add, and then it's going to add the size right here, and I can just go ahead and put my value in there. Now, lastly, we have the advanced option right here, and this is where you can put some notes in that you might want along with the purchase, and you can enable or disable reviews on this particular product. And last, we have that little bit of text that is actually going to show near the price. So I'm going to change this text so it's pretty obvious. How's that? Near the price. And then here's where you would see any reviews people left. Right here's where you're going to add the main product image, but then you can add additional images in a product gallery. If you had more than one here, you could easily reorder them. Okay, and as I scroll up, you can add a category and start categorizing your product. Now here's something that is kind of important, and that is catalog visibility. So let me just click on edit so we can look at the options. So by default, it's saying to show this on the shop page with all the other available products, and if someone's searching, show this as a result. Right here, if you choose shop only, it just won't be in the search results. And then if you check right here, it won't be in the shop, but it can be searched. And then right here, you can hide it all together. So this would be an idea if you were having a cross sale and you don't want someone buying that cross sell product directly because maybe you're discounting a little bit. So in that example of a cable, normally the cable's $50. But in the cart, you're offering it for say $25. Well, you can hide it so someone can't just buy that alone. They actually have to buy it as a cross sell. And this is when you can go ahead and hide that if you want. So I'll go ahead and click on OK. Let's click on update and see how the product looks. And then we're going to jump back in and take a look at the other product types. So I'm going to go here, and now we have that price that we put in. And remember, I put that text at the bottom near the price just to show you that that is where that text goes. And then right here, we have the original price. And look at this, we have our add to cart button. And we also have a sale badge right here. And we didn't actually change anything down here. So now let's go ahead and go in and take a look at the other product options. So let's scroll down here. So that was simple product. And then we have grouped products, and this is the product type where you're taking several products and kind of bundling it together as a single package that someone can purchase, a bundle. And so what you would do here is here's the stock status if you wanted to make this available at all, but then you really need to go here to linked products, and here where it says grouped products, this is where you would search and add the products that are going to be part of this single bundle. And if you have any questions about these, just hover your mouse over the question and you can see right here it says this is going to be the list of products that are part of the bundle. You can assign attributes to this. We already explained that, and we already explained the advanced options here for grouped products. Next is the external or affiliate product, and this is where the button doesn't actually put them through the shopping cart. It actually would take them to an external product URL, and you can even customize the button text. This is ideal if you have a store and you want to maybe refer people out to Amazon or something like that for products that you know your customers want, but you're not going to carry. You might as well send them to Amazon and get an affiliate commission. I've been seeing this a lot because I've been on several websites about live streaming. So there's these sites and they have a store, but all of the products actually go to other places where they earn an affiliate commission, which is totally fine. So this is how you would use WooCommerce in an affiliate situation. You can have the products listed, but then right here, you would go ahead and just link on out. So right here, you can add a SKU to it. I don't know why you'd want to do that. You can link upsells to it, and that's probably a good idea. You can assign attributes, and we still have those advanced options. Last is what most e-commerce stores that are going to be maybe in the clothing business or any type of product where there's going to be lots of variations. It's going to be the variable product right here. And so this is when you want one single product listing for different variations. So someone would come here and get the different colors and the different size options versus having 20 different product options in the store. You can just have the one product and these different variations for it. So a lot of these options are going to be the same ones we saw in the simple product where we saw SKU, stock management, and the sold individually. We also had those shipping options in the simple product. We also had linked products for upsells and cross sells, and we also had attributes. So when you want to have these variations, you need to first define what they are. And an attribute is color and size. Those are perfect examples of it. So on this, we already have color, and I can click right here and add size just like this and click add. So now we have two attributes in here. If I wanted to add a new one, I could click on add, and it's going to create a third attribute where I would have to define what it is. I guess I'm out of ideas, but right here I would name what the variation is going to be, and I could go ahead and start putting some values in. I'm going to actually remove that. Let's go ahead and do that, and let's look at our size and color. So right here, let's put some values in. So size could be a number, or it could be small, medium, large. So right here, we have some of them. We have large, we have medium, we have extra large, we have small. Is small in there? I guess we don't have small. So let's just go ahead and add an S for that. And the way we would do that is we would click on add new, and this is just going to add a new value. And this is just going to add a new value here. So I'm going to go ahead and enter S for small, click on OK, and it's going to go ahead and add small right here for me. And there it is. So if we wanted to use this for variations, we want to check this box right here, and then I'm going to go ahead and click on Save Attributes. So now we have 4 variations for size. Let's go ahead and check our color variations that we may want for this product. And so we have purple and red. You saw how to add new ones right here. And we have the option right here used for variations. So now we have these 2 attributes, color and size, and we have the different options for it. Now what we need to do is actually create the variations. Now when we click on variations and go to create it, essentially what this is going to allow us to do is it's going to have kind of mini simple products in here for each of these variations. So this is what we're going to do, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to go right here to create variations from all attributes. I'm going to click on go. I'm going to click on OK. And it's going to go ahead and create them all. So for each small size, it's going to create a purple and whatever the other color was variation. And it's going to do that for each of the sizes. And so it's saying right here, there's 8 variations added. Let me click on OK. And it's going to show 8 variations here. So we have each size in purple, each size in red, and it just created that for us. Now we can go ahead and take a look at one of these. So each one is going to have these options to remove it, or you can click here and guess what? You can put the picture there. And so this is how with the e-commerce site, you can have different pictures that are there for the variation. So if someone picks the purple one versus the red one, you see it change colors. So right here, you can have unique images for each one of the variations. You can have a unique SKU for the variations. And these are all those settings that we're already familiar with that we saw in the simple product. So each variation can have its own price, its own stock status, and its own shipping class, but right here it's set as the same as parent. So what I'm going to go ahead and do right now is I'm going to go ahead and fill out all of these variations with a price. Okay, so I've gone ahead and added a price to each one of these. I'm going to go ahead and click on Save Changes, and we just created 8 variations of this product. Pretty insane, right? So I'm going to go ahead and click on Update. And now we're going to take a look at the product on the front end, and we're going to see those variation options. So here are the 2 attributes, color and size. And when I click on the drop down for color, we have the different options. And on size, we have our different options here. I probably should have put them in order, small, medium, large, XL. That's an easy fix. And right here, it shows you the price range based upon the price I just put in, all those variations. And it doesn't allow someone to even add it to the cart yet because they haven't made their choice. So right here, let's go for purple. And then right here, let's go for small. And what you see is now it's displaying the actual price, and I can add it to cart. And check this out. I actually made a different price for red. So when you choose red, it now increased the price to $39.99. And that's as simple as it is to create these variable products, to have one product listed here and have these different variations. Now, if I would have put a different image in for the red and for the purple, the image would have just immediately changed and the buyer would have been able to see what they're actually getting. I just didn't take that extra step. But like I said, it's super easy to do when you're in the variable settings for each one of these variations. You can go ahead and put the image in for it. So let's just check that out again. You can go right here and put a different image. And that's really all there is to the products. So now I'm going to show you some of the different styling options that are available in this theme for WooCommerce. So let me go ahead and go back to the front end, and I'm going to go to the shop page. So I'm going to click on store, and let's take a look at this and see what options that we have available for us. So we have this is a sidebar, and we have these widgets that we can put in, and we can also control how this store layout here looks. So I'm going to click on customize, and let's take a look at the options that we have available to us. All right, so first I'm going to go to layout, and then I'm going to click on WooCommerce, and this is the shop page. So I'm going to click on shop, and it's showing us some options here. So the first option is how many columns. So it's currently set to 3, but if you wanted, you can reduce it down to 2 products per column, and you can also set this on a per device basis. Okay, so let's put that back up to 3 actually. You can decide how many products you want per page. Right now it's set to 12. And you can also decide what you want to have happen when the mouse cursor hovers over the product. You can have it swap images, or you can have no hover style. Next, we get to see and choose what we want the product structure to be. So right now it's title, then it's category, its price, and its ratings. So right here, this product has all 4 items: title, category, price, and ratings. If I didn't want one of these here, all I would have to do is click on the little I. So if I didn't want category, I can click right here and you're going to see the category just disappears. And you have all these options here, and you can even reorder them if something different makes sense. If you wanted an add to cart button right here underneath the product, you can do it that way as well. I personally don't think it looks good unless you make sure every product has all 4 pieces of information. So I'm going to uncheck that just like that. Next, we have a content with option for this page right here. So now let's go back, and I want to take a look at this right here, this sidebar, and then we're going to look at the individual product, and then we're going to look at the cart page. So I'm going to go back, and that's going to be a sidebar, and that's found under widgets. And here are the different widget areas, and this is the WooCommerce sidebar. So when I click on it and scroll up, here's the product search. If I didn't want this, I can click on remove and it will be gone. Here is a list of categories. If I didn't want this, I can click on remove and it will be gone. Same thing goes for the filter. So if I wanted the filter at the top, I could probably go like that. And if I wanted the attribute filter, I can go like that. And now I moved the filters up to the top like that. You see how easy that was? You can have this look however you want it to look. If I felt like there was just too much information and I wanted to get rid of categories, I can go like this, and I could easily go right here and then remove that, and it just disappears. These are the widgets on the shop homepage here. All right, so now that that's done, let's go ahead and look at the product page and the options we have available there. I'm going to jump back into layout, WooCommerce, and now we're going to look at the single product option. Now this is the free version of Astra. It has limited options available for the single product. If you did have Astra Pro, there would be a lot more options available here. But essentially, it's going to allow us to disable the breadcrumbs. This right here is the breadcrumbs, so they could see home, category, and the name of the product. But if you didn't want that, just check this box and it will just quickly disappear and push all of the content up. So that's up to you if that's something that you would want. So next, I'm going to go ahead and click on Add to Cart. So next, let's take a look at our cart page options right here. And what we do is we have the option to enable the showing of upsells or not. And this is completely up to you whether you want upsells to show or you want those upsells to be hidden. Now, like I said, if you had the Pro version of Astra, you get a lot more cart options and checkout options. However, what we have and what's been given to us is very beautiful to begin with. So let's go back, and I just want to remind you how to enable or disable this shopping cart in the header. That's an option underneath layouts right here, underneath primary header right here, and it's custom menu item. It's set to WooCommerce. If I didn't want that, I would set it to none, and then I don't have the shopping cart. But if I would like that shopping cart, I just go right here and I choose WooCommerce and I have my shopping cart back. Lastly, I want to show you the settings for these buttons right here. So if I go back and I go back again, there's this option for buttons, and here are all the attributes to the button. I've got my button color, I've got my hover color, I've got my text color, I've got my radius, I've got the sizing and the padding and all of that. So if I like to have maybe a rounded button, I can increase this from 0 to 5. Take a look at the Add to Cart button and see what happens as I'm upping this. You see how it's becoming more and more pill-shaped? That is the button radius. So there's 20. It actually looks pretty good at 20, just like that. If you wanted to change the color of the background of the button, you can go here. I can do something crazy like a red. Just make sure you stay on brand. but you have full control over that right here. This will probably be impossible to read the add to cart, but you can put your color code right here and have full control over the color of that add to cart button. You saw how easy that was. And you also have control over how it looks when you hover. That's the hover background color. So if I wanted to do this purple, I could do that. This is crazy. I don't recommend it, but watch what happens. Now when I hover, it changes color like that. So you have full control. These are all the controls that you need for WooCommerce to get started. So now let's go ahead and take a quick look at coupons, and then we're going to test the checkout process. So I'm going to get out of here. I'm not going to actually save any of these changes. I don't want to save this abomination of a button. And then I'm going to go into the back end of WooCommerce, and I'm going to go ahead and take a look at coupons right here. All right, so here is a default coupon that we have in here. There's several different options for coupons. So let's just go ahead and look at the anatomy of this one. So when you first get in there, you give it the coupon code, just pop that in right here. And then for general, you can choose the type of discount, whether it's a percentage or it's a fixed amount out of the cart or a fixed amount off of a specific product. You have full control over discounts and how it all works. And then you would enter in that amount right here. Here's an option for shipping, and you can set an expiration on your coupon. Right here, we have some usage restrictions. We can set restrictions on a minimum spend, a maximum spend, individual use. There's just so many options. They're obvious right here. You can have this coupon only work for particular specific products. Now, if you have a lot of products, but you only want a couple for it to not apply, you would just exclude those. But if you had a lot of products, but you only wanted it on one or two of them, then you would add it specifically here to the products. You can also discount entire product categories and exclude those categories as well. And this is actually an additional way of protecting your coupon from not being shared out on the internet. You can restrict it to just people, say it's a loyalty discount, and so you can restrict it to just people that have purchased from you in the past and you have their email address. Now right here you can set usage limits, unlimited, or you can limit the redemptions of it. You can limit how many items it could be applied on, and you can limit uses per user. So you can create a series of coupons if you want for your website. Next week, quickly, let's take a look at reports. So you can run reports. It's actually pretty good, the reports that it gives you and the information that it gives you. Basically, it's just going to be based upon your orders. Now, that brings us to what happens when someone actually buys something. You're going to have the order listed here as pending, and then you just process the order, whether it's shipping or fulfilling, and then you will mark the order complete. It's actually very simple, and there's options to mark a completed order, refunded. It's really simple to manage all of your orders here in the Orders tab. Now let's jump into the front end of the website and just test this checkout process. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Store. And then let's go ahead and say, click on this blue windbreaker jacket like this. Here it is. I'm going to go ahead. I'll leave just the one. I'll click on Add to Cart like that. And we get this notice that it has been added to the cart. I can click this to view the cart, but it's also, now I'm getting this notification here in the cart icon, and it shows me my products. It shows me the quantity, the subtotal. It gives me an option to jump to the cart or jump to the checkout. So let's take a look at what the cart looks like by clicking on View Cart. So this is where someone can remove items from the cart or increase the quantity, decrease the quantity, enter a coupon code. Your customers will do it all in the cart screen, and you can see that this is beautiful. It is simple, it is elegant, it is perfect. And right here is the cart totals. You can see the flat rate that was actually applied, and right here is the actual total. Then let's click on Proceed to Checkout, and it's going to take you to this beautiful, simple, focused checkout page. Right here, it's also giving them another option to enter in a coupon code. And then they would just go ahead and enter in their billing details right there, and their address, and their, the option for shipping the product to the billing address or the shipping address. Right here is a recap of what they're ordering. And then right here, since I didn't actually put the Stripe information in, it's not offering us Stripe, but if I had, we would have PayPal or Stripe as an option. And then once you click here, it's going to take them straight to PayPal to complete the order. And so that's pretty much all there is to having WooCommerce on your website. I know it seems overwhelming at first, but it's actually not that complicated once you get through wrapping your mind around taxation and wrapping your mind around shipping. So I'm going to put links to a couple articles on WooCommerce's website. They all have these great videos on it. So here is setting up taxes in WooCommerce. Right here is table rate shipping. And then right here is going to be the flat rate shipping right here. And there, it's very well documented. WooCommerce has fabulous documentation. I'll just put a link as well to the documentation site. And so you're definitely going to want to check out where you live in the different sales tax regulations. And you're also going to want to come up with a plan based on what you're selling of how you want to charge for shipping. So that right there is your fast pass to WooCommerce. So I know we've covered so much already in this video, and there are a few things left, mainly those plugins that I asked you to install that we didn't get around to activating yet, and that's iTheme Security, that's Updrafts, WP, Mail SMTP, and Yoast SEO. In the video description of this video, I'm going to go ahead and put links to separate videos that I already have on these plugins. I could add the content in this video, but this video is long enough already, having to squeeze in Elementor training, hosting SSL, Elementor, WooCommerce, all of that. This has been a massive undertaking making this tutorial. And if you made it this far, I want to congratulate you and thank you. And also let you know that I am genuinely here for you to answer any questions and help you with any additional help that you might need with this. Here on the channel, I have regular AMAs, that stands for Ask Me Anything, where you can actually ask me live on video. Also, if you leave comments down in the video comment section, I will do my best to reply to those. And I also have a blog post on this entire video over on my website at WP Crafters, so if anything ever changes, I'll be able to update it there in written form just for you. So if you found this video valuable in any way, I'd like to ask you right now to give it a like or a thumbs up, and then if you could share this video with anyone that you think might benefit from it. Make sure to hit subscribe if you enjoy the content that I create, and hit the bell notification if you want to be updated of future videos that I have that might update you on current events related to this website that you just built. Hey, I am so proud of you for making it this far. I want to thank you for believing in me, supporting in me, and investing your time into me in this video, and I hope to see you in the next video.